Okay, guys. Hopefully you can hear me now in both rooms. You guys told me you could hear me in our main room. Hopefully now in YouTube also. Okay, I'm just checking there. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. One more moment, guys, as I hopefully I did save the ones that were moving up and down. Let me just take a look to see if I did save that. Yes. Okay. So let me get these in. One more moment, guys. Just a couple other things I have to do to get set. I thought yeah, this is a bio, guys. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, wait a minute. I'm wrong. It was the other one. It was another V stock. I think it was a buyout. Yeah, VRTV. VRTV is a buyout. So no, this one is this one is ripping right now. VTGN. But just give me one more moment. I'm sorry, guys. I have no idea why you guys couldn't hear me or anything. But anyway, just got one more thing to do, and then we can get rolling this morning. Okay. So what now? There's a few buyouts also, and it's the Sovo. These are stocks that are way up already. Okay, but the Sovo is a buyout by Campbell Soup, CBP. But let's take a look at the ones that are moving right now. We actually have a few earnings plays. I'm actually surprised. A lot of times, I know we're going to have a big earnings week, but a lot of times you don't see a lot of them pre-market on Monday morning. But we're seeing a lot of earnings plays. And VTGN, I see just no way. So this went from 212 on the halt up to $23, 7.8 million in the float. Results from phase three. Okay, so it is phase three at least. That is an amazing move from two. That's actually hard to believe just on that news. I mean, it's a low float, 7.8 million in the float, but man, oh man. Oh, all right, other things are happening, but it's going to be hard to take our eyes off this one for a while anyway. The VTGN. Sage is also something that is gapped down on earnings, and it is also an all-time low. SAGE, all-time low. Somebody said there was some news also. Company announced, yeah, so the FDA issued a complete response to CRL, obviously not good, and also it's an earnings play. So Sage is an all-time low right now. SAGE. Now I have to check to see if that VTGN is shortable for me. By the way, welcome to the room. I think there's some new people. Welcome to the room. VTGN. I want to see if this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. My guess is no. And the answer is yeah. Well, none now anyway. Parizo, or not, it's not actually Parizo, but PRZO, PRZO. Gremlins, guys. I'm missing my top list now, too. Do a account reset. There we go. So PRZO, this is up also, and I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this Parizo. Actually, it's not up. I'm sorry. This is all right. What's happening here is It is jumping into another symbol without my knowing. So anyway, PRZO, and and we're on, yeah, PRZO. So this has jumped up, received second order from one of the world's largest automotive manufacturers. Okay, so unnamed, but anyway, that is the reason for PRZO up. The next high looking left is around 276 on the daily chart. So this is a new issue. A couple of weeks ago, PRZO. Don't think I'm going to be able to go over the upgrades and downgrades this morning, guys. I'm going to have to try to get through all of these. Yale finally, well, made it official. Yale made it official, filing for bankruptcy today or over the weekend. I'm not sure exactly the date, but they filed for bankruptcy. APLS. This has really been hit hard here. APLS. Um, but Bush maintains neutral, lowers its price target. It's already way below that price target, though. And then we've got these guys, Wainwright, maintaining an $82 price target for APLS. So APLS is just getting hit hard here. Any specific reason for this one? I don't see a reason, guys. I'm trying to see a quick headline to see why this has been hit so hard. I mean, it already got hit hard the last 3 days. I mean, massively hard. So it's probably from here. I just don't see the headline for that 2 weeks ago. QSI is an earnings play. Cheap one. QSI is an earnings play. It was a cheap one on the way down. TSN. TSN is an earnings play on the way down. APLS is sympathy with Sage Tanks. Okay. TSN. So this one, food company, of course. Maybe getting into a little support area for TSN. Maybe. BNTX. This is a big area for BNTX. This is a. I'm just saying it. When I looked at the last 100 was holding it, but right now BNTX is an earnings play, and through $100 now, guys, through $100. That's a pretty big, significant level. And that is BNTX. TRHC. TRHC is an earnings play, and it is gap up on earnings. TRHC is gap up on earnings. This looks like it's a buyout too. Nope, not a buyout. I thought maybe it was going to be a buyout. Just the way it's trading. It is buyout. Yeah, it's going private. Will merge with Exact Care Pharmacy. Okay, must be a private company. Okay, so this is actually it's an earnings play, but it's also a buyout. TRHC. A lot of buyouts this morning. Look at this VTGN. Insane action. Insane action, guys. VTGN. This is going to be some massive short for somebody. Not for me, though. No shares available. Interactive brokers. Here's the other thing, guys. I mean, the volume. I mean, it's 8,000. Eight. I don't even know what the volume is. It says I'm gonna have to do a refresh here. 837,000, maybe. Okay, no, it's 6 million. Okay, there we go. So it is 6 million. Okay, low, 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 low float. That is one reason. 7.8 million in the float. So it's almost traded the float. Well, the only way you would take this, it would have to pull back a lot, and then have to base a little bit, and then maybe pop. You can't take too many shares because it's going to be so volatile, but highly, highly risky, of course. Really, Fidelity has shorts. for VTGN. Interesting. PLX. Did I mention this one? I don't think I mentioned this one, PLX. I think this is a big gap up. Big gap up on earnings, PLX, cheap one, Israeli stock. Not a low float, 60 million. Now, this is interesting, maybe because the next, actually, the daily chart looks like there's some resistance around two. So, SVFD, SVFD, if it's still up there, yeah, SVFT, SVFD, Save Foods through the 200-day moving average, trading higher on not seeing any company specific news to justify the price action. Okay, that is the headline. Yeah, no idea. 94%, 10 million, 3.95 million in the float. So sorry, guys, I have to had to race through all those. The only other thing to talk about right now is maybe the trade of the week. Not sure why. I mean, I didn't quite read. I didn't read the email. I know that the trade of the week is this. What is a commodity index tracking fund, DBC. I'd be definitely waiting for. I know the suggested entry was what 24.55. I'd be waiting at least for a break here, 24.70. But to me, I just see a lot of too much resistance. But anyway, that is the trade of the week. Yeah, for those new, Grumpy is just a kidding around. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete it. Okay, Grumpy. As I say, there are new people here, might not understand why you're saying that. The only thing I want to take a look at is XLE. Want to see how it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, still above it. So I think we're still. I think virtually everything is still above the 200-day moving average. All of the major indices. Take a look. We're in for a positive open. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Click on Show More, and then go to our sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And again, with the market opening, having a pretty strong opening, you would expect that every sector is up, and that's what's happening right now. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. So when you say 80.95% in green, that means 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. All right. So if you just do a quick look to see the major sectors, they're all over at least 50%. Now, the only other one that was getting closer to the 200-day moving average, I think, was healthcare. XLV. Take a look at healthcare. Where did it do one? Yeah, look at this. So healthcare is the one that is in jeopardy. That's the one that's in jeopardy. It's just holding the 200-day moving average. There's the blue line on the daily chart. So it is just holding the 200-day moving average. It's been falling for a few days. What do we think of Sana for a squeeze? SANA. Let's take a look at SANA. I don't see it on my list anywhere. Well, it doesn't trade, or it hasn't traded, so I really have no idea. Hasn't hasn't traded at all yet this morning, so no idea. Okay, I see XBEV is up. Let's take a look at the China ETF. So nothing's really happening. I'm looking at KWEB, China ETF. Not really seeing too much happening with China this morning. ADTN, guys. I think this is an earning, no, not an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Okay, ADTN, August 7th. No, I'm sorry. It's an earnings play after hours today. This is just getting rocked here. ADTN, it's an earnings play after hours. Well, maybe they've already released it. We have it after hours, but maybe they've already released. Okay, so that is ADTN, and this is a big gap down. Look at that weekly chart taking all of this out, and that is ADTN. Good morning, Brooke. All right, guys, I'm kind of set. I think there's one other thing I have to do on another monitor, and I'm prepared for the open. One minute. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Now, I don't know. It's a holiday in most provinces in Canada today, so I'll be missing a few of the Canadians that normally show up. But I'm here, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So I typically, again, do not trade. The only one that is interesting to me is the Sage because it's an all-time low. So we'll have to see how this opens. Sage opens. And as always, to be really paying attention to the option scanner and the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Readings from Manchester, UK. Yeah, good afternoon, I guess. Yeah, good afternoon just for you. Late afternoon. Okay, guys, we're now open. Okay, guys. So VTGN is obviously all over the place right now. Yeah, I have a MKFG. Why don't I have an alert there? No, it doesn't matter. Okay, guys. APLS showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. That is early. And somebody said, I think Grumpy said this is a sort of sympathy with Sage. Yeah, Mara's on the way down also. Now there's the Sage, guys. All right, so there's the pre-market low. I'm going to stick an alert around there to see if it takes out that pre-market low a little bit later. I'm just looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin around, I know a slight delay, William, I get it. Look at Mara. Wow, Mara is just taking it on the chin here. Cardin Capital downgrades Marathon to neutral, maintains a $15 price target. So it's almost there. All right, OSUR. I know I put a price alert on this one, I think on Friday. For what reason? Aha. Keep an eye on OSUR, guys. Look at this. Look at the gap. 738 is the next high looking left. Okay, not saying it's getting there. But take a look at OSUR. The volume is just starting to pick up now. All right, on again, off again. Okay, so this is the news I see. Sheikh Jassim wins the Man U takeover race after a 6 billion euro breakthrough. So it would appear again that maybe this buyout or Man U finally maybe settling this thing after months and months and months. All right, so here's Rite Aid, guys. Now remember Rite Aid last week? It had some crazy action on No Real News, RAD. There's the 200-day moving average, 309, just above the VWAP, 296. And this maybe has turned into the favorite meme stock now. Pretty low float, high short float percent, 23%. Remember this one, Miss Fresh, guys, MS from Friday. Big, wow, look at this. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. I don't know why, because it's certainly up 62%. I'm not sure why this didn't show up in my pre-market. I must have just missed it while I was doing my rebooting and all that. But anyway, there's MF, so way above Friday's high. MF. Let's look left to see where it could keep going before it hits the next, excuse me, weekly high. Looks like the next weekly high is 360, 334. Excuse me, 334 is the next high. Nice surge in the market right now. Look at the Dow. Dow's up huge. Dow's up huge. As is up, SPY is up, but the Dow's up huge. So value stocks versus growth stocks. Now there's the AAOI, but we got up to what, almost 20, and then it's pulled back 40 cents. Look at Carvana, guys. Maybe this is maybe this is the beginning of at least a few days down for Carvana, CVNA. You can see what happened after hours, or you can see what happened at the end of the day on Friday, starting at 130, $50 after hours, got down to 45, and now it looks like it's trying to take out that post-market low. I remember a lot of big names are putting some pretty low price targets on this CVNA, but they've been wrong for a few weeks. So, all right, AAOI. So now it's above about the high of about a month ago, which was 11.52, so $12. Let's back the weekly chart out to see where could it keep going. Looks like 12.37 is the next high looking left on a weekly chart. And if we can take that out, 12.64. So there could be some resistance between 12 and 12.64 for AAOI. Look at the market, big surge, opening 15-minute candle, big surge. Meanwhile, AAOI, yeah, definitely moving here, guys. Remember, 1264, 1237, 1264. Next high is looking left on the weekly. Up. Let's take a look at top. I saw top this morning, Tupperware. I thought it was fading. Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's popped off the bottom 418. It's still down 5%. I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, is it just a complete meme stock now? Well, if you were able to short this VTGN at Fidelity early enough, look at AAOI now, guys. I remember 1267. 1267, I think, was the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I'm seeing that this SVFD is just fading now. Really fading now, guys. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I didn't mention Genie, GENI. It is an earnings paper. Look at this. Look at this. It's just absolutely giving it all up. 846 down to 768. Meanwhile, AAOI just continues, doesn't listen to me with those two little resistance areas. It's funny, I'm not seeing MF anywhere. I find somebody in, I think, our YouTube room. No, actually, in our main room was mentioning Hilly, HLLY. Yeah. Is this halted? Nope, not halted yet anyway. HLLY, price target raised to 750 by Kelsey Advisors. Okay. HLLY, trying to see if there's any news on this one. August 10th has earnings. Meanwhile, VTGN just would it surprise anybody if it got right back down to two? You're right. It is in that. It's a momentum up right there too. There's MF right there when it hit 328, but it pulled right back down. 328, right back down. And it's also in the 10-day daily breakout. I That's probably where I first saw it. So MF is in the 10-day daily breakout. 313 was the trigger. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert, price alert right around that area. Now it's got some pre-market stuff to get through, but it did get up to almost four in the pre-market, MF. Carvana testing 45 now, guys. CVNA testing 45. All right, now this one, AMSC, lots of shares available. AMSC 660,000. So this has been a real choppy one. It had a little bit of a it had a resurgence to a certain point on Friday, but then it sold off. And again, this is this crazy one where the first news on this one was a group of scientists have done something regarding superconductivity. Got to be careful on though because it can be very crazy. 28 million in the float, but I'm really interested in a potential short of this one. The next low looking left is 853, about $1 away. QSI is an earnings play, guys. QSI is a real cheap earnings play. Yeah, let's see if there are any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, oh yeah, a lot. 6 million shares available. The issue I've got with it though, the 200-day moving average, not that far away. Carvana through 45 now, guys. CVNA through 45. Okay, Sage has actually turned around a little bit, guys. This is actually showing up on the option scanner as a potential long play on a bounce. Okay, I'd be skeptical, but let's keep an eye on it. TDS, guys, TDS. This was a big one on Friday. This was an earnings play, I believe, on Friday. Yeah, this was an earnings play on Friday. Now, trying to maybe fill in this gap underneath a bit. Watching this Carvana, guys. I want to see if Carvana maintains its weakness. Give me one moment. I've got some window firing on me, and I'm not sure which one it is. Hmm. It's a mystery. Trying to figure out which there's one of my windows is firing. I'm hearing a sound alert, but I cannot see which one it is. Yeah, Elan is earnings, isn't it? ELAN. I looked at it this morning, but it looked so darn choppy that I just, kind of disregarded it. But you're right, Elan is an earnings play, huge float. Okay, guys, Carvana took out 44. CVNA took out 44. Yeah, this is still halted. VTGN is still halted. So this is going to be more than a 5 minute halt. And this, I did talk about this. This is another one of those SPACs, guys. OXAC, another SPAC on crazy in the pre market. Yeah, VTGN is still halted. So the halt was at 9:41 plus 57 seconds. So usually they're 5 minute halts, but if it's not a 5 minute halt, usually it's a multiple of five. So this should be a 10 minute halt at least, which would mean it will open at 9:51 plus 57 seconds. Carvana, guys, Carvana, Carvana, Carvana. Okay, PSTX, $50 million investment deal with Astellas. So that actually looked like should have been almost like a news halt, but PSTX, not a low float, 61 million in the float, not high, but certainly not a low float. Okay, OXAC, is this on the way up or on the way down? OXAC on the way up. Okay. All right. So this is the deal. Meteor A entered agreement with Meteor A for OTC equity prepaid for, wow. Okay. This is a complicated one. Well, I was just mentioning SVFD, guys, on the way down, but it has popped up now. SVFD, but it has popped right back up. We got down to almost $1 and it just tacked on 50%. You got to be careful of these. 3.95 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. And again, I don't see any news for it. Okay, guys, TDS, still on the way down here. If it takes out 14, I'll be interested. Yeah, so far Sage is all over the place, guys. So my bias is still short. Okay, that if it can take out the low, in the pre-market. That'll be well, it's an all-time low now. Of course, you don't count the pre-market, but um, if it takes out that low around $17, that'll get me very interested in shorting it. May not happen. QSI is just too cheap for me to short, guys, with that 200-day moving average sitting right there. Otherwise, I'd like if they're a little more expensive and it was further away from that 200-day. It's an earnings play, but it's just too close to two and that 200-day moving average for me to short it anyway. Okay, guys, so things have really slowed down pretty quickly in terms of new sound alerts and anything. So things have settled down quite a bit. I'm just looking at TDS. I'm watching to see if it can take out 14. 14 seems to be holding it for a while. TDS. Okay, wow, look at this thing go. PSTX, so resumed, of course. Yeah, and VTGN did resume. It was a 10-minute halt right to the second. PSTX, guys. So, boy, there are shares available for me to short this. I look at this daily chart. Looks like there could be some resistance right around 250 for PSTX. A lot of shares available. 168,000 at Interactive Bro. Look at SVFD. What a. I was writing that one off, but look at this. Look at this, and it's halted or it resumed, or it's halted again. It is halted again, guys. SVFD. I mean, that looked over. I mean, the high in the pre-market was 169. Market open all the way down to a dollar. Okay, this MF got to put an alert here, guys. A price alert over three. Probably put it around. What do I have it at? 317. So I put a price alert for MF around 315 to 320 in that range, and see if it can take that out again because it does have room looking left. Okay, TDS guys, keep an eye on TDS for a 14 break. Again, I have an alert set down here around 1385, 86 area. Was an earnings play on Friday. Huge earnings play on Friday. Extremely well. Closed near the high of the day. So we're getting this little disconnect, guys, okay, between NASDAQ and Dow. So NAS just went negative. I think somebody said that bingo is a split today, right? Reverse split today, the NGO. So it's not helping. Into one or 1 for 10 reverse split for BNGO. Remember when I mean, this is split adjusted, okay? This does not get up to 43, but man. Okay, guys, I'm just sort of trying to find something that's now the Carvana could be really good now. CVNA, it popped over 44 again, tried to get over 44 again, got all the way down to 43, popped a little bit over 44, but this might continue down now. I think now the next low looking left is 42.28 or so, 42, actually a little higher, 42.53. So about $1 away from the next low looking left. Okay. Okay, guys, TDS just underneath 14. I'm definitely interested in a short on this one. See how well it holds underneath 14. And the reason being, of course, the underneath the next low is 1038. So when you look left, not saying it's getting there, of course, but certainly weakening today after the tremendous day on Friday. Oh, NVST after the big pop. What is this? This is not an earnings play. It had earnings last week. NVST, pretty choppy though. Now the only thing is look left on the daily chart, 31.28. So it's got about $1.60 or so, $1.50 or so to the next low looking left on the daily chart for NVST. Carvana went without me. CVNA went without me, guys. Just underneath 44 is where I wanted it. It just dropped $1. CVNA. Well, I've got to concentrate on the TDS. I think 1387 or so gets me into the short. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing. Okay, now Sovo is a buyout. So Sovo, SOVO, that's why you can just see it flatlining right there. So Sovo is a buyout by Campbell Soup, CPB. Let's take a look at Campbell Soup and see how affected it is by that buyout news. Usually the acquiring company gets hit, and that's what's happened, but it is rebounding. Okay, guys, TDS. Your other one, I'm kind of watching. It can be so whippy though. This AMSC. Remember, this was the crazy news on Friday. An Andrew Cote, if he's French, Twitter post highlighting three more replications of diamagnetism. So something to do with superconductor. Obviously, that's the name of the company. But the original news was a couple of days before that was a group of scientists have, I don't know, made a breakthrough. Very, very vague, obviously. You guys are talking about Beyond Meat, BYND. It's been on a tremendous run until July 14th. So Beyond Meat coming right into the 200-day moving average, right into it, guys. 1453, and it got to 1461. So that 200-day moving average, you've got to be careful if you want to short this one, but this might, that 200-day moving average may hold it. Yeah, this stupid VTGN. I mean, it was phase three news, but I mean, come on, going from two to what, 60? I'm not saying anything interesting from our AI today, not yet anyway. All right, so the TDS is, yeah, it's just right around where I shorted it. So I don't want to see if it goes over anywhere close to 14. I'm out. I'm going to cover for a loss. ASRT guys on the move. This is probably popping here. ASRT. Yeah, ASRT has been popping all morning. ASRT. Wow. Look at the gap. Now I'm not sure if I saw this one in the pre-market, but look at this one. ASRT really trying to recover here. The next high looking left, of course. Well, actually Friday's high, 341. If it takes out Friday's high at 341, 551 is the next high. I can just stick an alert around 344. My problem with it at 344 even, I always think that the 50-cent level can kind of halt stocks underneath $5 can be an important resistance area. Are there shorts available for MF at IB? I'll take a look. I don't think so. It's a China stock. Not that that matters, but no. Okay, guys, I'm out of the TDS. So a little loss on that one. So what I'm going to do on the TDS is put another alert. See if it takes out 14 again. Maybe that's just a little pull up. So I'm going to put another alert down here around 1388. Ah, that's the one. Okay, ASRT guys. Again, the 350 mark might stall it. Okay, so the market's been somewhat choppy to start. You see these topping tails, bottoming tails on this 5 15-minute chart, but the trend is still up. Okay, so ASRT now is above Friday's high. 339 is Friday's high, so it's above that. But again, I think that 350 mark may, I'm just going to stick an alert right there. If it takes out 350 in a big way, you probably hop on that one because it's got a lot of room looking left. Now, again, for all the reasons why it was knocked down on Friday, I'm sure they're still there. It was an earnings play, August 3rd. Yeah, so it was an earnings play. Keep an eye on trend, guys. This is one of those that were, down big on Friday, but coming back today, or down big the day before, but coming back today. Well, not much happening from the option scanner, guys. Not too many different alerts happening. Sage has been a bit of a disappointment. I was hoping for a big collapse, but not getting it. SAGE. Okay, IOBT is probably having a pop here. IOBT. All right, maybe interesting. At 266 or so was the high in the pre-market. IOBT, real choppy looking daily chart, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Not that pretty to look at. Announced a $75 million private placement financing. So that is the news. Well, this is adding a lot of shares, 37 million shares at $2. So it's just above the financing price. So what I'm doing right now, guys, I'm just trying not to force anything. I don't want to, trade just because I'm bored. I never do that. Yeah, I think we might have a few new people in the room today. So again, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Had a little glitch this morning, unfortunately, but and you can ask me questions all day long. You can ask me questions about the product, trade ideas. Okay, there's wow. Okay. Well, I mean, AAOI probably it did pull back a lot. So what you're seeing here, just for those of you who are new, this is I call this the option plays. I'm not trading options. What this is doing is looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. So when you look at AAOI, it's traded 7,900 contracts so far, combination of puts and calls. That represents almost more than four times normal. Okay, normal meaning what did it do on average over the last 10 days? So this is what the scan is picking up. It's trying to pick up stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I do not trade the options. I trade the stocks. But if you're an intraday option player, this probably at least allows you to see the ones that are having abnormal option activity. And from there, maybe you can play the options or trade the options. Glad to have you here, Tony. Who are the creators? Um, well, Dan Merkin is the CEO, and then basically guys out of San Diego. How's that? Company was created about 2003. Private company. Yeah, you're right. I have a few thumbnail charts, and yeah, the APLS is actually trying to have a little bounce here. APLS. All right, him and hers. HIMS guys. This is an earnings play after hours, unless they released. It's okay. It's a preview, so they're supposed to release earnings after hours today. So the bets are being placed right now. Doesn't look good. Through the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my chart, a lot of consolidation on that weekly chart at the lows anyway. This is, I can't remember anymore. Is this an AI play? I just can't remember anymore. AAOI, is it actually an AI play also? Doesn't look like it, but so many now come out and say, we're using AI to do this and that. So, I usually just disregard Grumpy. I saw it. It's not AI. Thank you, William. Okay. The reason I'm asking also, it's lumped into a bunch of other AI headlines that I can see. All right, so on the 10-day daily breakout, there was MF at 313, so it got up to 313 or up to 329, pulled all the way back down. Now it's a little bit above three. This obviously is a really, really erratic one. I believe we don't have any float data, but I believe when I checked another site on Friday, I think it was around 4 or 5 million. 4 or 5 million. It was included in this week's. Okay. Okay, guys, keep an eye on AGS. AGS had earnings. Reaction to earnings was on the 4th. So on Friday, great reaction. And it's got a little bit of room, okay? 841 are the next highs looking left on the weekly chart. That is for AGS. So it's got a little bit of room to run until I'm sorry, I'm wrong. The next high looking left is, no, I'm right. 811 right now. That high right there is 809. So a couple of highs right around 842. So it's got a little bit of room to run. It actually got up there this morning, 850. You can see basically to those weekly highs, and then it stalled. JM, could you decipher that OXAC? I know it's a SPAC, but it seemed to be a very convoluted one. I was trying to read the news on it. Usually it just says, we're going to be merging with this company, and that's about it. So why do we have a stop? Look at TDS. I could have got very stubborn and said, it'll come back. But instead of having a very marginal loss on this, which would have turned into a lot bigger one had I just held on to this short. Ooh, look at Docs now. Now the next high looking left is 35.28. Takes that out, guys. Docs takes 35.28 out. The next high, I'm sorry, not 35, 34.28. The next high is 35.32. So actually I'm wrong. 34.36 is 34.28 and then 34.36. I'm gonna stick an alert there because then it's got a shot to around a dollar. Okay, guys. So again, I'm just seeing a lot of kind of choppy action. Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of like really, really good trend plays. ABCL. Okay, it is through hole number 6. Yeah, 574 is the next low looking left. It's just too close for me. Well, AOI now high of the day. Back this out to see where. Actually, I'll take a look at a monthly chart and see where the next highs are. 1395, guys. 1395 on a monthly chart. Next highs for AAOI. All right, I'm continuing to watch this AGS. Longer it holds over 8. I think if it gets maybe to 8.15, I might take that trade. AGS. It's kind of boring right now, just kind of hanging a little bit above 8. Okay, guys, so there's the AAOI now. Hmm. The news on this one. Just an earnings play, just continuation off earnings, really. That's the news, really. Earnings reaction was on Friday, great reaction, and just kind of a second day continuation off earnings. Market is in lift mode now, guys. Look at the Dow. Nas has gone mildly positive again. Okay, this one is probably popping. BSFC, guys. BSFC. And the next time again, I just every time I look left, I just see potential areas where where a stock could stop. So there's the BSFC is 138. That's the next high looking left. I mean, I wish there were more of a straight shot to 170 before that next high. I mean, it may go right through that. It's a low float, 1.8 million, so that may not stall it at all. I mean, look how even this the SVFD very choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. All right, let me start looking at what some of these are doing around the VWAP. Okay, guys, AGS is boring, but boring might be good. Okay, AGS is just kind of hanging around over 8. And what is the float in AGS? 36 million, so it's not low, not high. Boy, Sage is just boring as heck. Down 50%, earnings play, and an FDA letter. So a double whammy. I don't know if earnings would have been good or not. Doesn't really matter. I guess it's more the letter from the FDA. What? Just give me something with a bit of a trend. Look at the IOBT. We just looked at that one. Up, down, chopping around. Well, the VWAP is the VWAP, okay? It's intraday. I mean, the VWAP is the VWAP. It's don't think of it as like on the daily. I mean, the VWAP's the VWAP. So yes, it's very important intraday. I'll just leave it like that, okay? Well, it'll be very important. I mean, I look at it, the 200 day, the only two things I really look at in terms of indicators is the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. Definitely helpful intraday. Man, come on, guys. It's something moving here. So all the anchored VWAP stuff, I have not found a great use for it intraday. Okay, I think it's probably very helpful, more for swing trading, but that's just me. Okay, Dino. Okay, take a look at Dino. I think I've seen this one before. Yeah, I don't think I've really seen this one before. Dino had earnings on the third, so there was a reaction and continuation on Friday and a continuation today. Yeah, pretty good. I don't think I saw this one. Maybe the volume was just too low. Okay, guys, really, my little focus right now is on AGS. Just see if I can have a bit of a move. 840 is a stalling point, perhaps, but it's at 813 right now. Yeah, I don't really think I've seen this one before, Dino. I know I didn't see it on Friday, even though it had earnings, or on Thursday, it had earnings, but didn't really see it. It does trade options, though. 2,700 contracts a day, four times normal. The reason why it's not showing up on the scan is that my minimum relative volume is three. So if Dino makes a new, well, plus I've got a price range of only up to $40 in my option scanner. But what I really TSN guys, TSN, this is bouncing. Obviously bouncing. TSN is bouncing. This is a earnings play. So it got down to almost $50. Rid of on $50 pre-market. Actually, that was the opening 15-minute candle. How to get the red green worm on my screen. The red green worm on my screen. You mean sometimes you see no, I don't know. No, I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. How to get the red green worm on my screen. Are you talking about the SPY chart? Why are you calling it worm? I'm just is that a are you talking about the momentum up, momentum down? You're talking about this one? Oh, okay, good. Okay, well, actually, it's a good time right now. 10:34. I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and the information you can find on, including the scans that I'm sharing. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, before I do that, SVFD now. Let's take a look at it. SVFD is over through two, but it's halted. Okay, it just got halted again. Okay, let's take a look at my homepage and what you can find. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, okay, so here's a way in which you can take out a subscription, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only, or well, I can give you a better percentage or a better promo for 25% off if you do want to take out an annual. I would never start off with an annual though. You can start off with a monthly, and if you like it, then you can and if you want, you can get an annual and I can get you 25% off, okay? And again, the monthly you get 15% off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, you will pay the full monthly price. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc., all the way down to introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. If you are new to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. So this is a free course. You can take a look at a lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single one of them, but I would, if you're new to trading, this is absolutely free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free, of course. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and this week's trade of the week was kind of a bit of a weird one. Not really a stock, DBC, kind of a commodity index fund. I don't know if it actually triggered. The trigger was 24.55. So it didn't, I mean, I don't count the pre-market. So it did not actually trigger. Got up to 24.51. So it has not triggered. How you trade it, of course, if you trade it, is up to you. They're meant for longer term trades. The education section is here. We've got a great user guide. There is the getting started section again. If you want more information about alert windows or top list windows, about racing, the other thing I would really look at is price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Really simple to do, putting them on your charts. Here's the getting started again. Now, daily support sessions. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, today is Monday. Usually it's Chris Farley. But you know what? Michael Noss says he's going to take it. Chris is on vacation, so you're going to get a double dose of Michael Noss this week because his day is Tuesday, but he graciously said he'll take over. I'm just telling me now. So he'll take Monday and Tuesday this week. Okay, Michael is, you want to question a little while ago about anchored VWAP and all. You want, he's a big VWAP player, and he's again the originator of the Trading 101. Is Trading 101, okay? Now, if you want my scans, you click on my homepage link. All you have to do is scroll down. So now to answer your, I guess, your worm question, here's the doc momentum up and down. Excuse me, right here. Okay, the doc momentum up and down. These are the scan. Now you can see some of the scans that I'm sharing. Let me move this over a little bit. So there's the option plays right here. This is the don't repeat version of the option plays. And I like to, I always like to have this because this tells me the first time we had an alert. Okay. So for instance, with AAOI, the first alert was at 9:38. The price was 12:34. And in this one, you will see it every time AAOI would make a new high, you'll see it, but you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened since that first alert? 12:34, obviously pretty awesome, up to 13:16. Okay. That's why I like to have the don't repeat version. You don't have to if you don't want to. Single stop window. This is my single stop window. This is all customizable. This is what I like to see, at a glance. Things like the float information, the relative volume. This is this one over here. Now the don't repeat on the don't re- sorry, well the breakdowns and the breakouts. This is sort of the docked version of it where I've got all four of these in a dock excuse me, dock window. Here they're broken out because not everybody wants to see short opportunities. Okay, so basically what I'm doing here, you can kind of pick and choose what you want. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. It sort of sets the tone for me to kind of see, okay, something was moving in the pre-market. Maybe it'll keep moving in the pre-market once the market opens. So as always, this is a free room. So this is my only what I would like you to do. If you do take out a subscription, just use my promo code. Okay, you can save my homepage link, and if you do save my homepage link, and at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, great. Use my promo. The room gets credit. Okay. This is a free room. Company would like to see that it's working in terms of a marketing it for its marketing. So that's all I ask. Just use my promo code. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, there's the ASRT. Now you see what happened. I put a price alert on ASRT. You might have, well, you maybe don't remember what I did it, but see there's a green line on the chart now. That was blue, and so the minute the price alert, the minute the stock got up to that price, that blue line turned to green. But more importantly, is my price alert window popped up on my screen. So you minimize it, okay? Because there's no point in having it up and running and taking up screen space. You just set a price alert, minimize it, and then when the price alert hits, it'll pop up on the screen. I always sort on the trigger time column. So I'll always see the alert right at the top. Okay, then you just click on the alert, and then you can see what is happening. Just because I get a price alert doesn't absolutely mean I'm going to take the trade, but because who knows, maybe I put the price alert 4 hours ago. Okay, and things that may have changed in 4 hours. But it is so simple to put a price alert. If I want to put a price alert, say right at 3:55, all I have to do is just move my mouse pointer. There's the dotted line, right click, create a price alert, and I can type it in if I want, but if I've eyeballed it correctly, then I can just say save. It's at 3:54. Typically, I don't put any notes. Okay, I typically don't put any notes. You can if you want, But that's how easy it is. And then if that hits 354, you will see my price alert screen pop up on my monitor. Okay, so Ashby, I may not have that one. Okay, I don't. That might be from somebody else. It's not a scan that I have. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who has the worm. Okay, I'll ask the other traders at Trade Ideas if they have something called the worm. Okay, but I certainly don't have it. So I'm sorry, I can't help you. Ah, guys, AGS. Ooh, I actually got some. Okay, I put in a conditional buy order at 817. So I'm actually in it while I was doing all this. Okay. Remember I was talking about AGS. This is an AI alert. So when I talk about an AI alert, this is part of our premium service. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. So for, this is the one that interests me because it was just over eight. Now, to me, it's got some resistance around 840. So I'm probably looking to take some out because I don't really trust I don't trust the market. Well, don't trust a lot of trend plays right now that things are going to be continuing to trend. So, yep, I use brokers. No, I don't use Brokers Plus. I'm in my Interactive Brokers account. I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. Okay, I use it once I get if I can remember. I seem to say this every day. Showing how you use the simulator. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Okay, we have a great simulator. All you need is our standard service. It uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker yet. Okay. So if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. The only thing is, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. You have to be using our downloadable application. Hey, Ashby, listen, on the VTGN, it's extremely risky, right? I mean, you saw what happened. I mean, anything could happen, but you saw what happened. Got up to $60. It's pulled all the way back down to 12. So, and I'm certainly not an investment advisor. I'm not ever going to say, yes, this is a good time. It's consolidating here. Eh, I mean, the rug could get pulled. This would not surprise me if it went down back down to where it came. Okay. Not saying it's going to happen, but well, it is helpful on the daily. The VWAP. Oh, I see. Oh, no, it's helpful in the daily too. It's just the question was, can you use the VWAP intraday? But certainly, yeah, the VWAP on the daily is helpful. But the other indicator for me, I'm not a big indicator guy. Okay, absolutely, the 200-day moving average. Okay, absolutely, I would always know where the 200-day moving average is on my daily chart. Okay, guys, Fluor. Is this an earnings play? FLR? Is this an earnings play? Had earnings on the 4th. So it had earnings on Friday. Good reaction, actually. I mean, it was way above, but I mean, it's sold off. There's a big topping tail there. So is now below Friday's low, and that is FLR. Okay, very simple to link Interactive Brokers with trade ideas. Okay, EHAB. Now, assuming you're using our downloadable application, okay, you're not using our, as long as you're not using the web-based version, we don't link at all the web-based version to any of the brokerages. But if you're using, excuse me, if you're using the downloadable application, then you'll have in the toolbar, you click on Tools, and then External Linking, okay, and where it says Add Link, you just you click on Add Link and follow these directions. Okay, follow these directions, and what I do is I just put it in the order entry, my order entry box. Once I do that, and I hold down the Shift key, you will see there'll be a change. It'll say you're linked. The only other thing you have to do is in this rules section, you have to pick Interactive Brokers Live. Okay. And then you're done. Then you're linked. Linking meaning, linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it loads into your order entry into your Interactive Brokers program. Okay. That's what it means. That's what linking does. And we link with a lot of platforms. It's just a big time saver. Now, you're not talking about linking Brokers Plus though to IB, or are you? If you are, then here's a video. So, I mean, this Brokers Plus window, okay. So the Brokers Plus window can be used if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas and you have an Interactive Brokers account. You can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. I don't. I just use it as a to demonstrate its use as a simulator. But what I showed you was, you click on an alert and load into your order entry in Interactive Brokers. That's where I trade. Okay, I trade from within Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, boy, APLS missed the boat on that one, guys. That's a beautiful bounce. Now, if you again that video I put in that Brokers Plus video, it has two videos. There's a short video that shows how you can link this to Interactive Brokers, and then the long video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window called Brokers Plus. Okay, Brokers Plus is loaded from our toolbar. You click on Brokers Plus, and then this will load. You may have different column headers than I do. Depending on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, when you load it, it may automatically say simulator. And if it doesn't, it'll probably say not connected. And then all you do is you click on Sim underneath Brokers Plus, the two options. One says live, one says sim. You click on sim, and now you're in the simulator. And again, depending on the version you've got, it may say account, and you click on it, and then simulated trading default pops up, and now you're in the simulator. And again, our simulator uses our real-time data. All right, guys. Well, ASRT broke through 350, almost like nothing. So that is through a bit of a resistance area. I'm not in it. So there's Manu. Now, do we believe it this time? Yeah. See, here we go again, guys. Kind of weasel words here. Are trading higher following our report suggesting that this shake is set to acquire the club, beating out a competing offer from Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Okay, suggesting, but we've seen this before. This was a few months ago when this looked like it was almost a done deal. Manu popped up to 27. Ah, Sage. Okay, now Sage is making a new low. All right, I'm interested in Sage underneath 18. Looks like the interest in Rite Aid Rad is waning. Okay, guys. So we have a few new people in the room today. So just briefly, what Trade Ideas is: we're a scanner. A lot of screeners are out there, but we are a screener plus a real-time alert scanner. Okay. So what do I mean by that? So if I click on this alert window called Momentum Up, I right click on it and I click on Configure and click on Summary. This is what this scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, excuse me, and the relative current volume is 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. Normal meaning what is it done up to this time of day on average over the last 10 days. Okay. 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum lift. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 500% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so this is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners are out there, but this is what we're really good at is giving you real-time alerts. Now, this is what I've chosen. Okay, a new high of the day, but there are many, many different real-time alerts. Now, before I go on, if you like my scan, but you don't like the price range, you can change it. If you like it exactly as it is, great. But some of you may look at that, go, well, I'd rather have a different price range. So you can just change it. Here I'll change it to 10 and 100. I click on the summary, you see how it is now changed to 10 and 100. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe once you get used to using trade ideas, you see a filter that you'd love to add, or maybe you take one of these out. It's up to you. What I'm trying to give you is a template, but this is what I use. But just because I use it doesn't mean you have to use it. You can always again customize it to your style of trading. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So I just clicked this time. I right clicked on the, let me do it again. I right clicked, configure. This time I clicked on search. So here are all the real time alerts that we've got right at the top, new highs of the day, new lows of the day. But we have a lot of different real time alerts. Okay. Excuse me. And when I scroll down to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, of course. The reason we have so many is when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Now, again, you don't have to build your own scans from scratch. You can take a look at mine. And also in our toolbar, you click on new and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at them. We've got a lot of scans that we've built there also. But if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. Don't worry, PW, and welcome to the room. Don't worry. Okay, so this is all we have on MACD. Okay, I don't use MACD, but this is what we have. So if I right click, configure, question was using MACD crossovers early. Whether this is going to allow you to do that, I don't know, but I'm going to search on MACD. Okay, and I'll show you what we do have. So we got the 5 minute MACD crossing above the signal, 5 minute crossing below zero. Okay, this is what we have for MACD. Are you a Trader Diz subscriber right now, PW? The bottom line is this is what we have for MACD. So if something there is this, if that makes sense to you to use this, and this is a real-time alert. So did you take a look at the MACD that we've got? So when you say you want to spot the MACD crossovers early, I mean this is going to give you the cross. Whether that's early enough for you, I don't know. And after that, so this is the real-time alert that you could use. You pick the time frame you want, and then after that, then what you would do is create a price range probably that you like, maybe a minimum volume that has to be, because that's the whole idea. I mean, if you just did this, if you just use this and nothing else, then you'd get too many alerts. So I guess my answer to you, if you don't see it here, exactly what you're looking for, then unfortunately we don't have it. Yeah, I don't. You see, it's funny. I mean, the traders, the five other traders that we've got at Trade Ideas, I don't think any of them use MACDs. I'm not a MACD user, but it doesn't mean it's not useful, I guess. But I've just never used it. But again, if you found something that you like, if you could use one of these real time alerts, then all you do then is you build the scan based on it. So you would add the alert, okay, and then you start to go to your filters and maybe put a price range you want, a minimum volume that you want, okay. I can't tell you what that's going to be for you, and you start to build it like that with the alert. This, again, I just picked this one, the 5 minute MACD cross below zero. I just picked that one, but whatever one from that list that you wanted as a real time alert. Let me know how it worked for you because I can, if you tell me exactly what you're looking for, I could probably just build it quickly for you and give it to you. As long as you can find that alert in that MACD in what I showed you in the MACD section. Okay, guys, give me one moment here. Yeah, you will just start off with new, and then whoops, new, and then alert window. Okay, and then I would click on start from scratch right at the top here. Start from scratch. Load the settings because now there's nothing in there. Okay, and now you start. And I always start off with the filters because you have to reduce the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. You just don't want to see every sort of every MACD of this and that, right? So you want to reduce the number of stocks down to a manageable number that it'll scan for. And typically, most people will have some kind of a price range that they like to trade. I would use the relative volume filter also because you probably, especially if you're going to intraday trade, you want to make sure that it's trading abnormally. And that's what the relative volume filter can do. You might want to start off with two or three. And I would probably put a minimum volume in. I don't know, at least 200,000 shares maybe, and just sort of build it that way. And then what happens? And then do that search again on the MACD, add the one you want, and then check the alerts that you get. Okay, check the alerts that you get. And if you're inundated with alerts, then you can start to firm those filters up. Maybe make it a higher minimum volume or a higher relative volume because you just don't want to have so many alerts that you get overwhelmed. You know what, guys? I've taken myself out of the AGS, made a minor profit on it. I just don't think it's just not that interesting to me anymore. So I've taken myself out of the AGS, minor profit. Okay, guys, Sage. Now I'm super interested. 1770, 1771 on the short side, of course. All-time low. Where's the VWAP? 1871. So that's not an issue at all. Of course, the 200-day is way above it. Okay, guys, I'm in it. I'm in it. 1770 basically with the Sage on a short, uh, pretty tight stop on it. If it gets up into the 80s, I'm out. And I have no idea where it's going if it keeps moving down because there's no support. It's an all-time low. So I have no idea where it's going to go if it keeps moving down. Sage showed up. Yes, it did show up earlier, 10:25, 18:15. But you know me, I won't take it above the whole number. So it did show up at 18:15 on the option scanner. And if you don't know me, I rarely take stocks just over the whole number. I like to see the break. Somebody was talking about DHC. DHC just showed up on the option scanner, actually. DHC showed up on the option scanner. It's a trust, but look left. 330 is the next high looking left. For me, that's way too close. So I can't take that trade. It could pop right through it, but when I see this, that's the next high looking left on the daily and the weekly. So it's just too close for me. Okay, guys. So every time I see Sage up here, this is good for me. Okay, every time I see it, that means it's made another new low. Now I've said a few times, guys. If you s- we see the same symbol in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the option scanner, you got to really pay attention. So I mean, there it was early, 9:31. Way too early for me to take it. At 18:40. But if I guess if you're less conservative than I am, you could have taken Sage at 18:40 on the short. But when you see the same symbol in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the option scanner, really pay attention to it. All right, guys, time is it now? 11:12. So in about a little over 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be taking over for Chris today. Normally it's Chris Marley in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1, but Chris is on vacation this week, so Michael has graciously decided will step in for him, and he'll also be in our YouTube room tomorrow. So you get a double dose of Michael Noss this week. And beware when you go, if you listen to him, he's going to nag you to death, and he should, about having a trading plan. You've got to have a trading plan. Why are you taking a trade? Number one question should be, why are you taking this trade? And it can't just be, "Oh, I don't know, it looks pretty good." It's got to be a reason for taking the trade. Number two, if it doesn't work, where are you getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? In other words, where is your stop? What price are you getting out? How are you determining that? All right. Highly risky, but here's the VTGN, guys. The VTGN is just poking its head above 13. Believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at 15. Okay. And see if later on somehow it gets through 15. You can see the highs right there, the 9:45 and the 9 and the 9 and the 10 o'clock 15-minute candles right there. If it takes out 15 or whatever that number is, 1540, then the next high is 24, 25. Okay. So you never know. And the volume is picking up. You can see there's a volume bar there. It is picking up. Well, shoot, you know what? I got out of the stage with a minor gain again. I'm not loving this day, guys. I'm not loving the way these I thought that would really start to capitulate. We'll keep an eye on it later. Maybe if it gets down to 1760. Does IB allow you to trade with trigger? Probably. I've never tried, but probably. I don't see why not. Okay, guys. So at this point, I am in nothing. Okay, who asked the question about the worm? You still here? Ashby. Was it Ashby? Okay. Are you talking about something that looks like this? A compare? Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside? Okay. I've never heard it referred to this being this is what we call our compare count window. Okay. So, I've got a couple of them, my other monitor. My earnings plays up and down versus up. My earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. This is just a different way to present the data, you know, in a like a ticker tape. But I can give you this one. Never have I heard it referred to as the worm. So, file, load from cloud, compare count windows. So you can have this. Why would they call it the worm? Okay, I see Sage now is oh, that's why. I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless they're talking this thing, but anyway, okay. Maybe they're talking, this okay, maybe. I've never anybody refer to it as the worm. Anyway, glad we could figure well, I didn't figure it out. It was Stephanie and our Stephanie at Trade Ideas. She said that some of our affiliates refer to it as the worm. Yeah, guys, again, yeah, thanks, Real. So again, specific stocks only, okay? You want general market talk, draw. I know you know this, you probably just forgot, but specific stock, the tab is here, okay? And talk only specific stocks. If you're going to talk general market talk, that's why I call it general market talk. Go to please go to this section or that use that tab. Ah, man, Carvana. I wanted that one desperately underneath 40. Well, first under 45 and then under 44, and I just kind of lost sight of it. So again, we've got this little disconnect going. We have the Dow up quite a bit. Now is down a little. So we've got the disconnect going between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Okay. Cocoa, what's happening with Cocoa here? So Cocoa, the first alert happened at 2682. Okay. The first alert happened at 2682. It's now 2711. This gets interesting to me because it's over that whole number. And yeah, man, the next high looking left is far enough. That's a long way. This is an interesting one, guys. Cocoa, the Vita Cocoa Company, and had earnings already. Looks like this was the reaction. Now, the big issue right now, though, is the spread. Look at that spread. 2707, 2724. They're making it very difficult to trade. On this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, but you can just check that spread out, between the difference between the bid and the ask. So they're kind of making it hard to trade. It's a pretty low float, 30 million for a $27 stock. And it's a pretty high short float percent. 12.6% is of the float is short. I mean, listen, I mean, this might pile on $2 from here, but if I knew that, I'd take it. I don't care about the spread, but obviously I don't know it's going to do that. Yeah, look at Big C here, guys. Big C had earnings last week also, taking out Friday's high, or sorry, Friday's low. If it takes out 11, the next low underneath that is 950 or so. 957 is the 200-day. So I just put an alert there. Just going to put an alert around 1091 for Big C and see if it takes that out. Might get me into that short. All right. If you're a VWAP player, take a look at SVFD. SVFD. See what it's doing? I think it's sitting right on the VWAP. 163. Yeah. So it's sitting right on the VWAP. 168 right now, the current price. The VWAP is 163. So it's sitting right on it. And why do we talk about the VWAP? The VWAP can prove to be a support area. So a lot of stocks will go into the VWAP and then bounce off. Now, of course, if it takes it out, it's a different story. We don't know, obviously, which way it's going to what it's going to do, but okay. Okay, guys, listen, I was able to get a little bit. Oh man, I was able to get a little bit of this VTGN. I mentioned this one right there, 15 break, but I've traded some out already. I don't trust this at all. Yeah, that was fast, guys. That was really fast. Remember, I was just talking about this one, the VTGN. If it took out the highs there, and I was able to get some, but I've traded some out already. Now we'll see what happens with it. Okay, I'm out of it now, guys, completely. Out, 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 out. Jeez. Okay, we get this question a lot. The VWAP is the VWAP, Michael. Okay, it's no time frame. I mean, there's no 15-minute VWAP or a daily VWAP or a weekly. Well, there's no 15 or 20 or a 30-minute. The VWAP is the VWAP for the day. Okay, 1476. That's the VWAP for VTGN. You know that. So it's not like now if I go, what is the VWAP on the 30-minute chart? No. So the only place to get my scans is from my homepage. It's not on. It's no. You're not going to find it on the Trade Ideas homepage. Okay. You know, I've created this. The reason I do it well this way. Number one, first of all, if we put it on the Trade Ideas homepage, you wouldn't know where to look to find it. So that's why I was able to create a special link with my homepage with my scans, and then in the education section, what I've tried to do is put a lot of things that you probably want to see in the education section, so that you don't have to scour the homepage to try to find it. Upgraded cocoa to 35 on Thursday. Interesting. Okay, for the cocoa. All right. Oh, okay. I do see the TDS now is underneath 14. That's the one I took a little loss on earlier. I mean, this spread may not matter. Yeah, I mean, look, what was I looking at before? Was it 20? Yeah, I mean, the spread in this particular case, but I don't know what's going to do this. Okay. One moment, please. I'll be right back. Shoot. Of course, I'm muted. Thank you, Pepe. Sorry, guys. I don't know when I muted myself, but anyway, talking about Sear here, guys. CERE, under the whole number. Horrible 3 days ahead of it. That was earnings. Took out the 200-day moving average that day, and this is like a third day down after earnings. There may have been some other news. So, Harvey, I don't know if I was muted when I was talking about Joan, but anyway, Joan to me, I mean, it's a lot of resistance right around 170. Had a big day a few days ago, 3 days, I guess 3 days ago. That's where it got up to. I don't think there was any. I can't remember. I don't think there was any specific reason. I think it might have been just one of these low float ones that some maybe Reddit group got a hold of it. All right, Big C now. Big C underneath 11. Lots of room underneath. 950, 954, 957 is the 200-day moving average. So a lot of room underneath for Big C. Maybe it may be kind of following the market at earnings. The other one had earnings last week. Good reaction, sort of. I mean, a big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Eventually it did close above the previous day's close, but look what happened on Friday. I'm sorry, today. Cocoa. Cocoa a fade now. Yeah, actually, a lot of shares available. 1 million at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. All right. Do I do TDS again now? Excuse me. All right, guys. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I'm back. I see what you're saying. So it was also an earnings play that day, but maybe this was the real reason. A strategic review announcement retained Citi as its financial advisor. Okay. Hmm. Take a look at BSM. Ooh, this could be interesting. BSM, not a lot of volume. This is showing up on our AI, on our AI. Maybe interesting. It's through the VWAP is at 1790, so it's a little bit below the VWAP, below the whole number. The overall volume isn't great. 2 point, it's 2.5 times normal. It's not a big option player today. The next low looking left is 1751. I just don't like that volume. I know it's an AI one from our AI, but I just don't like that volume. Here's a real cheap earnings play, guys. CCO. Yeah, but again, just look left. The next high is like a dime away. Okay, one more time, guys. I will be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, look at the sage now. Okay, a redo. How's my noise canceling working today? Okay, guys. Sage. Okay, move, move, move. I didn't get all I wanted. I'm looking at. Shoot, did not get all I wanted. That might be crystal clear, but I'm more interested in the noise canceling. I've got noise canceling on. I just wanted to make sure it is still working. You don't hear my little kitten in the background meowing at me. Not that that's a big deal, but okay, good, thanks. Again, with the sound issues I had this morning, I wasn't sure. Okay, just a minute. Okay. Okay, so this will be a little tricky for me because I'm on my break. I'm back in that stage short. I'm going to be on my break in about 15 minutes, a little less. So I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do. Look at the market, how choppy it is. Wow. SPY is doing its choppiness again. I was looking at TDS also, but I don't know about TDS. It's a big rumor stock right now, TDS. Don't know about this one. All right. For those of you who don't mind playing really cheap stocks under a dollar, NKTR. Wow, what a move it's at. 71%, 80 million shares, massive float for a sub $1 stock. And here's your news. Okay, good luck. They're suing Eli Lilly over autoimmune disease treatment. So they're going to sue Eli Lilly. Well, good luck. Here's the NKTR guy. So, I mean, if you are a sub $1 player or you wanted to wait for the dollar break, the next time, I mean, it's got room, obviously, if it can somehow take out a dollar. But this is all news related. August 8th has earnings tomorrow after hours. I don't think that's a big deal for this company, but they're suing. They're also so they've got a bunch of news that they put out this today. New data shows promise for a skin disease drug, but then they're also suing Eli Lilly. The lawyers will do it pro bono, John. We'll take 10% of the $1 billion settlement, or 33% of the $1 billion settlement. I'm kidding. About the about the dollar amount. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But you see, watch enough movies, you see how these some of these firms they just go in and well, they'll take 33% approximately, and if it's a huge settlement, yeah, I'm not. I have no idea what these guys. They have any sort of possibility of getting money out of Lilly. Okay, well, that made my job easier, guys. So I made a little bit on the Sage, not much, but I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. So good. Okay, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. Michael is not there yet. He'll probably be there in less than 10 minutes. I'll just put the YouTube link in though. When I do take my break, you can go over and listen to Michael Noss in YouTube for his hour. And again, you get a double dose of Michael this week. He'll be in the YouTube room tomorrow also. Yeah, I'm just not seeing. I mean, the big C looked pretty good to me, breaking down through 11. I was looking to maybe take this. I mean, it may happen later, but I'm just not seeing a lot of great trend. Not saying there's nothing. I'm sure there are things I'm sure that are trending very well. I'm just not seeing them from my scans. Ugh, how ugly was this? Look at this branch out food. 10:45, you get a real-time alert at $3 and it just collapsed. Kind of what I'm talking about, guys. We're just not getting a lot of continuation. I mean, I don't expect the stock to, doesn't have to keep moving higher and higher and higher. You don't want to see this. Cocoa. Well, my problem with cocoa, of course, was the spread. Still is kind of the spread. So, but you're right, cocoa from the beginning, absolutely. Is this a legitimate site that helps new investors? Some other company tries to charge me $2,500 for their help. Well, obviously I'm somewhat biased, but first thing, if you're a new investor, I can give you a free. So there's a good one, free trading course that you can take a look at. A lot of videos. Okay, starting off with what is a stock. I mean, that's you don't have to start off right there, but if you click, Cuddy, if you click on my homepage link and where it says Trading 101, you can start there. There are a lot of videos. As I say, the first one is what is a stock. but I think there are about 38 videos. And the last two, I believe, are the ones that Michael, well, first of all, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about less than 10 minutes. He created this. And the last two videos goes over the idea of creating a trading plan, not a specific trading plan, but why you must have one. You have to have a reason for buying a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, I would suggest you take a look at that. Okay. Our program that we have here is called Trade Ideas. But just as it's named, it's their ideas. Doesn't mean you take the trade immediately. It means you click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart. But if you're brand new to trading, you have to have, I would take a look at that course. Okay. Because trading is not easy. You know, this is not a site where I'm going to tell you what to buy or sell, number one. But trading is not easy. And it's a matter of, understanding what you're seeing when you look at a chart. There's no we had another person, well, if I give you my trading room link again, my trading room link, I don't know if that is going to make any difference. I mean, it just shouldn't be that hard. So click on my trading room link, and your first name and email, you sign up. I'm not a robot, and it should be that simple. There's no real phone number for that. If he still has a problem, then he can go to our homepage, and somebody there might be able to help him. Okay. I mean, if that link doesn't work and he still can't get in for some reason, then go to the homepage, and one of the other the, somebody who looks after accounts and things like that should be able to help. Okay. Did I talk about BKNG? Not today, no. BKNG? Is that BKNG or DKNG? No, BKNG. Okay. Nope. It's not one of the reasons it's not going to show up on my scans because the relative volume is too low. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Okay. It's just that my scans, the minimum I've got in my scans is three. I want it to be trading at least three times normal. Okay. So at 1.84 now. And plus, I mean, this is way outside of the range I look at. So no, I have not talked about BKNG. When I first saw, I thought that was $3.17, but I that's not a decimal. That is a comma. So no, I have not talked about BKNG. Had earnings on the third. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in the room because Michael should be there anytime in our YouTube room, any moment now. And Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. It's always good to head over to YouTube when I take my hour break. We have five different traders. Now, usually we do, but Chris is on vacation this week, but five different traders, five different trading styles. So let me just get set for Michael showing up. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and I'm just going to wait for Michael. It's 11:59 now, 49, so he should be there any moment now. Okay, so I'm on mute now in the main room, still live. There he is. Michael, how was your vacation?
Here I am. I was good. We had a little bit of flooding here again, but other than that,
Oh my gosh, what a.
things were okay.
When we say we had, you mean the area or your homestead also?
No, I am fortunate enough that I live on a little bit of a hill, so
Right.
I'm
Okay.
so far, knock on wood, have been immune
Hmm.
to it. But just Nova Scotia in general, we've had a bit of a rough go of it recently.
As the Queen would have said, an annus horribilis, or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Uh,
Okay, my friend, I'll let you take over right now,
mm-hmm.
and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Have a good one. Okay, everyone. There may actually be some new people here just because I usually do this on Tuesdays. I will be doing it on Tuesday as well, but Chris is out, so I will be here today as well. And for those who don't know what we're up to here, uh, we open up the room for live Q&A. We do it once a day, which I think is super cool, for an hour. And you get, generally speaking, a different trader. Today, you're going to have to put up with me. Or today and tomorrow, you're going to have to put up with me. But yeah, we talk about the markets, mainly here to answer questions. So we don't really have anything prepped going into it. So the more questions you ask, the less I will ramble on about stuff. And I've been pretty head down working on building stuff all day, so I haven't really had a chance to look at the market. So we always appreciate the questions just because it makes the time go a little bit quicker when we have these questions. So again, feel free to ask. Don't worry about being nervous, or the question is, what's the teachers always say? There's no stupid questions, just stupid people. No, that's not it. No. If you ask a question, maybe someone else has the same question as well, and they'll be able to hear the answer. But just getting everything set up, making sure I can see everything I need to see, and you guys can't see the stuff that you're not supposed to see. Boom. And I think I did it. Yes, I did it. Okay. So what's going on here? What's going on in the markets? Nothing. Okay, good. It's just a little tiny do nothing inside day. So I guess I didn't miss much. As a swing trader, I do most of my stuff in the afternoon anyway. I want to let the early morning craziness kind of die out, and then I'll start to go through and look for stuff. Let's actually switch to I'm on a different server. So let's get to the real server here so everything works correctly. There we go. How do I draw support and resistance lines on a daily time frame? So, first of all, right, to do it within Trade Ideas, we have this little pencil button up here. You can just click on that guy, and then we have all the different drawing tools. And each of these has a little down arrow on in the corner. So if you click that, it gives you all the different options, right? So the drawing tools we have, right, just your typical trend line, or you can do like a arrow, right? All kinds of stuff you can do. So um, just that's how you do it technically. But I think the question was more about just how. And this is part of the things that unfortunately I won't be able to give you just an answer. You know, a um, So yeah, so this is where the art kind of meets the science of trading, is stuff like this, where to draw areas. But the crux of it, and the way to think about support and resistance, and the way to think about a lot of things when it comes to trading, is like a battle or a war, um, where there are buyers and there are sellers. Right now, they're contrary to what some people think. There are never more buyers than sellers. There's always the exact same amount. For every buy you need to sell, and for every sell you need to buy, right? But it's the aggressiveness of buyers and sellers. So this is looking at a chart here on the SPY. If I were to go say, okay, where do I think some significant areas are? These are areas where either a large battle occurred between these two forces, the buyers and the seller, or there was a significant event in which buyers overtook sellers or sellers overtook buyers, right? So those will generally be turning points. So just eyeballing it, right? I see that there's, at this area right here, there's a big run up and then a crash, right? So I think that's a significant area. Well, then if I continue to look right, it looks like the same kind of thing happened here. We had a big kind of push up and then we sold right off again, right? So then now all of a sudden that is a significant area for me. So that's an area that I'll then watch, because twice before, when that area got approached, sellers came in. And when we broke through that area, you can see the really big move that happened right after we broke through that area. So then another place is just, significant highs of moves, right? 460 there is obviously going to be important, because we had this kind of push up. We just tagged that high and then we sold off, and that started at the beginning of the sell, right? Same as right here. We had a couple days sell off. We hit whatever this point is, and then we had a push up. So that's going to be an area as well, right? So don't overthink it. And it's going to be something that I just can't teach directly, that you have to do with, a bit of experience and a bit of time. But that's the major crux of it, is where are the areas in which you saw buyers and sellers before. And that's the way in which we can use technical analysis, right? The point of technical analysis isn't, this fancy pattern means that the stock is going up or going down, or this moving average means that if it touches this moving average, it's going to bounce and everything. That's not the point of technical analysis. The point of technical analysis is to visualize the participants in the market, where they bought, where they sold, what is the trend of the stock, what is the underlying thing. That's the main point of it. And then you can use that to build systems. You can use that to build trading plans and philosophies and things like that off of that. But it's these major events that I think are going to be where you're going to focus the most at. And then if you notice, all patterns end up let's just grab something from this new scan that I'm working at. Right? Yeah, patterns start to emerge from this basic concept, right? So I see a big rounded bottom in this ANXN, or AXNX, right? But basically, what is a rounded bottom? Well, we have a downtrend, then we have some sideways consolidation, and then we have turning into an uptrend, right? So eventually, you kind of train your eye and you see this. But technically speaking, if you just looked at the lows and you said there's a low, and there's a lower low, and there's an equal low, and there's an equal low, and then there's a higher low, and then if you just connect those points, then it ends up just being a rounded bottom. So all patterns, right? That's why there's no magic in patterns. All patterns are just connecting where buyers and sellers kind of changed hands and took control, right? You could say that this is just a little triangle going on, and that's just because we have equal lows in through here, and then we have lower lows in through here. So that creates the pattern. Yeah, so just it's important to note, right, that all of these things are going to be different. So then there's some people who will draw, every support and resistance line, right? For me, I just want to draw major ones, and I want to draw major ones only that I think could come into play relatively quickly. I don't care about this low right here on this stock right now, right? It's too far away. It doesn't matter. So I don't want to draw thousands of lines because I think that that creates some visual issues, right? When you're looking at the chart. But if I scroll back a little bit, right, I can see that there's a high here, and then there's a high here, and then look at all the action going on here. Look at all the bottoming tails happening. So I can just look at that and I can say, well, that's $60, right? Which is a whole number. So this ATNX, I would say, or AXNX, $60, give or take, is going to be the area. Now, the last bit I'll leave you on, drawing trend lines and support resistance is one of my mentors always said, you draw your lines with a crayon, not a pencil, right? That's to mean that these things are areas. They're not specific zones, right? They're, you know, highs and lows. These are areas, right? So you can see $60 is important, but we came through $60 on this day and then pulled back. And we came through $60 on this day and we pulled back. And we came, right? So it's not just going to be, I'm going to put an order at 60.01 and then take the trade. Right? These are all zones, so you can draw them as such, right? One drawing tool that I'm waiting for that I think hopefully will be here soon will be able to draw zones like that, where I'll be able to draw. So like this, I want to be able to have this kind of fill in, because this is more or less how I draw a lot of my support resistance points, right? I will draw it from, like the high of these candles to the low, right? So this whole area, so call it, 60 to 61, right, would be a zone that I would look for support and resistance. That makes sense. What's a good beginner stock? Well, if you're going to focus on a single stock or a single instrument, which most traders don't, they'll look at a breadth of stock, and you're basically looking for a setup as opposed to a certain stock. But the big one, I would always just kind of default to the overall market, right? If you were looking for a single thing to focus on, which again, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying most people don't do it. I think the market is one of those, either the SPY or the Qs, because essentially you're the biggest player at the time. So right now, if you're trading the Qs, you're trading a lot of Nvidia and Apple mostly. But the benefit of trading the indices is that over time, if Apple is no longer the biggest player and another big player comes in, well, you're now trading that. So it's able to change. The actual indice will change based off of what's the biggest player at the time, right? So I would just kind of focus on that. And then, if you want a little bit more juice, you can go with the leverage, right? TQQQ for long, and then SQQQ for short. And these are just going to be more volatile instruments. But again, so if I had to focus on one, I would definitely pick an indice. The other thing is that volume is certainly not a concern. Right, we have 21 million shares traded of the Qs today. So you have absolutely no issue with liquidity or anything like that with the bigger indexes. What is your philosophy on trading a stock that had a sharp run? Do you ever take the other side of the trade? No, I don't. I'm personally not a top picker or a bottom picker. There's people that do it and there's people that do it well, and all the power to them. For me, it is not only costly financially, because again, you're trading against the trend. My whole philosophy on trading is that the whole point of technical analysis and everything is that trends persist longer than they should if the market's random. That's something that we know emphatically to be true. We can prove that the market is not random because trends exist longer than they should. So then trying to pick the top or the bottom of the trend, to me seems dubious. And again, I've done everything I tell people not to do. I've done a bunch of where I see something that's gone insane, and then I try to pick the top of it and say this thing has to come down. There's a human inclination to mean reverting, but price is not mean reverting. Volatility is mean reverting, but price is not mean reverting. And there's just tons of white papers and academic studies to prove that. For me, it's all about trend, right? So you're either buying, for me, I'm either buying breakouts into trends or I'm buying pullbacks into trends. And that's it, right? So I don't know if anyone here caught me on Trader TV this morning. I talked to them. The only trade I'm really stalking right now is this SYM. And I don't know if this short float at 40% or 41% is correct, but broke out and then it pulled back. But this thing, obviously, if you look down here, these are picture-in-picture charts. So the bottom one's a weekly chart. You can see thing's gone from 10 to 53. Trying to pick the top on this move isn't the move, right? It's just every time you could have rid the trend, or you could try to pick the top of the trend. So for me, I look at it and I say, okay, so we're in an uptrend. So that's kind of the first check mark to something that I'm interested in. Massive short float definitely adds a check mark in there, like just insanely massive. That's true. Even if it's off by a wide margin, that's still a pretty big deal. And then I look for a setup. So we talked about drawing support resistant lines, right? Here's a top, here's a top that creates a resistance line, and something that we know, which is one of my favorite setups, and is taught in the CMT as well, is that prior resistance will often act as support. So SYM pops up and then it comes back. Seems to be, so far today, lots of day left, but seems to be holding that area. So if we can hold that area for any length of time, then this will be a trade that I'll be interested in, because we went below that support and we couldn't hold, and then we pushed up above it. So if a little bit later in the day we start to hold, that's something that I can take a look at that, right? So that's the idea behind this guy. Right. So I wouldn't ever short something like this, because if you shorted at 20, you've lost all your money. If you shorted at 10, you lost all your money. If you short at 40, you're down still a bunch. So yeah, it gets really, really hard to short things that are uptrends. But companies that suck, right? Like we know the meme stocks are having a rough time. You could have, I wouldn't have shorted this thing on the way up when the poor guys who were buying it at $40 were buying it. But ever since then, ever since 2021, you could short right now that it's in a downtrend. So that's the way I look at it, right? AMC would be something I would look to short. SYM wouldn't be, simply because of trend, right? Michael, inside days. Usually the structure is to trade the direction of the breakout the next day. Sometimes. So this question was about the inside day, right? And it's easy to see inside days right now because we're having one on the overall market. So for those who don't know, an inside day basically just means that if you mark the high and the low, and you can scan for these in Trade Ideas. We have a scan in the Market Explorer. But if you mark the high and the low of the prior day, if all of the action is contained within that, that's an inside day. Generally speaking, some people will look to then say, okay, this is volatility contraction. Now I'm going to wait for it to break out, and then I can kind of take a trade one way or the other. And, if you take that idea and you combine trend and, any other indication that you have and a reason to buy the stock, it could work for sure. I just look at it as the market's just chilling out, right? We're just waiting. Look at the volume today with half of the day done, as opposed to the prior day. We did 100 million on Friday, and we've done 26 million with half of the day over. So maybe we'll get up to, I don't know, 50 million, maybe. So it'll be, unless something happens, unless there's some news event or something I don't know about that's going to go on. it just seems like it's a do nothing day. For me as a swing trader, this just means this isn't the day for me to be really, swinging for the fences. You know what I mean? But yeah, some people will take, and these are the strat people, and we have some scans for that. There's a trading style and a whole philosophy that these people who trade the strat have, where they basically label candles as inside days, outside days, or continuation days, and they build trading plans around for those. So I think you could totally do that. But I don't, in and of itself, it doesn't really mean much. So you make sure you take it and you add, um, trend direction, things like that all on top of them. What is my opinion on using volume as added confirmation? I generally don't look too much. I have volume on my chart here. I generally don't look too much in it. That's a personal thing because I've never found it work. You're paid by price, not volume. But it can definitely mean that there is some interest in the move, and that's the main thing when you're looking for a trade. It's about more of, um, it's more about basically people think when they're trading, that they have to invent something or create something or be smarter than the other people or something like that. And that's just not the case, right? If you're buying a stock, you need the entire herd to also buy the stock with you, or else it doesn't go up, right? So that's why trends work. Right? Is people get onto trends as things move, and they push markets up as things move. Um, that's why trends work. Is this kind of herd behavior, and your goal is to ride with the herd, and then get out before the entire herd gets out. So at a volume confirmation can just be a nice little indicator just to say, hey, yes, there are people interested in this move. Um, so volume for me is not as important. Relative volume is important, right? So basically when I have volume up on a chart, what I'm looking for is spikes like this, right? So you could tell by the gap that this was an important day, but also you could look at the volume and say, yes, this was a really important day. So I don't think you need volume, but if you want to add it as part of your plan, I don't think it's a big idea. I have a problem with making a duck layout window. Maybe you mean dock. I make everything right, but the tray behind the windows are moving solely. None of the windows are moving. Well, if the like if the whole dock is moving and the windows aren't moving, then they're not inside the dock, right? So if you ever want to take a floating window, which is what they must be if they're not moving with the dock, and put it in the dock, right? Ignore this window. But it will work with all of them. Is so this, right? So I'm just going to call this swing. And you do that just by right clicking at the top of the menu right here, the very title bar. And I just clicked change title, and I just called it swing because this is my swing trading layout. So if there's a floating window, which just means a window that's not inside the dock, like this window is right here, all you do to get it in there is you right click in the center of the window and you go duplicate into swing. So as soon as I click that, you can see now it's inside the dock window. If it's not moving with the dock window, then it's just a floating window and it's just not inside the dock. Can TI scan how stock increased or decreased in percentage 3 days prior to earnings? Not 3 days. We can do change in 5 days. And all you do is you just grab your scan and hit configure. Um, and we can go to the search bar and just type change in. And these are all of the different change in filters. So we have change in 5 days, as a percentage, you can do that. Now, if you want earnings to happen in 2 days, you can do that. You can't say how much has it gone up when earnings was a while ago, but you can do earnings in 2 days just by, again, in the same one, just type in earnings. And you see the earnings date is right here. So you would just add that filter. If you ever want to know what any of these filters are like, you can just click help. It will bring up the menu, and it will actually tell you. It takes a second to load because it's just a really big page, and it will tell you what the earnings date means, right? So, earnings tomorrow would be a max of 2. Earnings this week would be 5. So you'd probably put like a 3 or a 4, and then you can put your whatever your percentage change is with again the change in filter. So change in 5 days would be the close we'd have for that. Is Bros. Bros is not really contracting. Right? It's down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. I don't trade into earnings. I think it's a gamble that I really don't want to take. But if you do, it's your butt. Watch your butt, right? Just know that there's a binary event coming tomorrow after the market closes, and you don't know what they're going to say. What does short float tell you? So yeah, short float just tells you what percentage of the float is short, right? So let's use SYM for example. So SYM has a float of 5 million shares. So it's a very low float kind of stock. So there's 5 million shares of SM outstanding, right? So that just means that, when the company started, it issued 5 million shares. Now, if 40% of that float is borrowed, it means that 2 million shares of that float are out there. Somebody has borrowed them to short them, right? So they have to report. It gets a bit, the reporting's not the best, to be honest, but it's not trillions of shares short or anything like people try to tell you, but it's reports every 2 weeks. So this could be, slightly old data. But it essentially just tells you that there are 2 million of the 5 million shares out there short, which means that those people, 40%, are betting on SYM going down. If they are wrong, and they are wrong enough, they have to cover and flip that as well, right? So you think about it, if you are wrong, if you buy SYM and you buy $1,000 worth of it, worst case scenario, you lose $1,000, right? If it goes to zero, if this company just continues to cease to exist overnight, you've lost $1,000. If somebody shorted $1,000 of SYM at 10, well, they are now down $5,000. So they are down way more than what they put in initially. And that can happen when it's short. So what happens is the broker's not going to let you lose 5 times your money. At some point, they are going to say, listen, you are short these shares. The stock is moving against you, and you have to get out. And they will just get you out. And they won't be nice about it, right? They won't try to get you a good price or wait for a good technical setup or whatever. They just hit the button and they get you out. So people who are short the stock at some point are buyers. They have to be at some point buyers of the stock. What we're looking for is to see if they could potentially be forced buyers of the stock. Could they be buyers that don't have a say in the matter and they have to buy at a certain value? So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for if all of these people are wrong, they have to buy shares, and then that's a source of buying that we know has to happen. Now, the important thing to note is that a high short float does not mean that they have to cover, right? So I think a perfect example, which was Bed Bath and Beyond before it went bankrupt, and now every equity holder who still has it is going to lose all of their money, and that's sad. But there were signs. BBBYQ. Is this going to have all the data? No. Okay. So this was a $30 stock at one point this year, I think, or late last year. And it had an insane short float, like 100, nearly all of the float was short. But that doesn't mean that the stock is going to go up. It means that the stock can go up if they have good news. But Bed Bath and Beyond, just like AMC, are horrible companies that they're going to lose money. They're, AMC at some point, if they cannot raise more money, they are going to go bankrupt. Right? They lose money every quarter. They don't have a lot of cash in the bank. They're trying to dilute their shareholders more to raise that cash, right? Just a horrible, horrible company. But it has a high short float. So a lot of people say, okay, then I should buy it. But you got to think, do these shorts need to cover? Well, if you're short from 40, you're sitting pretty and you don't necessarily need to cover. If you're short from 20, then you're sitting pretty. You're up, it's at $5 right now. If you're short at 10, if you're short anywhere kind of in through here, you don't need to cover, right? So that's why you need to combine short float with trend, right? It's like a potential fuse that could be lit. Doesn't mean that fuse is going to be lit. It's just a potential fuse that could be lit. So what I like to do, and what we can scan for pretty easily in Trade Ideas, and I have this scan right here. I'll actually just share this with you guys. Duplicate free floating. This is a scan that I have that is called short squeeze candidates, and what it's doing. I can go over the scan and go over the setup for it. Boom. Let's just look at the configure menu here. So what it's doing is combining short float with stocks that are not quite broken out yet, but in uptrends, essentially. So if you go and you look at this, I just have it sorted by position in 20-day range. I can also sort it by position in 6-month range. Because again, I don't care about a heavily shorted company that looks like Sava, right? This is a heavily shorted name, but it's an awful name, right? So the shorts here are winning. This thing is just tanking. All of the shares could be short, and it doesn't matter because there's no one looking to buy this name. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for short floats that have some sort of uptrend going on. So like Groupon, for example, is 35% shorted, and it's starting to, on the weekly chart, it's completely hammered, but it's starting to make a nice uptrend. So that might be something that I start to look at. CELH is one that's very interesting because, again, they have 25% of the float short, but holy smokes, right? This thing's gone from like $10 to 140. So, and it's right near all-time highs. And that's the only way that that the shorts are losing money and may have to cover is that, hey, we're up near all-time highs. That if we hit new all-time highs, that means we know for a fact that every single one of these shares that are shorted, they're losing money on. So they may have to cover. So again, it's important to look at both sides of the coin, because if you have a heavily shorted name, it may be heavily shorted for a reason, which means that, the company loses money and they're probably going to go bankrupt, and maybe they don't really have any way to save themselves. Bed Bath & Beyond is a perfect example. The company came out many times and said, "Listen, we don't have a way out of this." AMC has come out and said, if we don't raise money soon, we may have to go under as well. And they're trying to raise money from their companies. So again, I like to combine those two things. Now, again, it's like a powder keg. So Canva or Carvana is still probably a junk company, but at no point was this thing ever supposed to be $350, right? That was the meme stock craze. But, again, combining this with technicals, this thing's been in actually a nice uptrend for a while. I actually took a trade on Carvana when it broke out of this consolidation right here. I think I bought on this day right here. And that was a great little trade. And the idea was it's very heavily shorted, and now it's starting to move up. So that's when the short float, in my opinion, would, they gotta cover. Do I use ATR at all? I do, not as an indicator, but ATR is a good metric for maybe where your stop would be. So yeah, so for me, ATR, and for those who don't know, ATR is just average true range. It's just how much does the stock move on average. So right, average true range of Canva right now is $6. There's $6.39. Um, the it just basically means that if I am um it just basically means that on an average day, that there will be some movement of $6 on average in Canva. So it means if I'm going to try to like trade Canva as a swing and I want to use like a dollar stop, that's not going to make a lot of sense, right? Because it's normally either I am incredibly accurate on my entries, um, I'm going to be just incorrect on that one. So I'm going to then, if I'm swing trading, I know that if I'm going to trade Canva, I'm going to need like a $5 stop. So, this $40 or so, right? If I'm trying to buy it and I'm saying, "Hey, I think I'm going to buy it here and I'm going to risk under $40." Well, that's $3.65. I might be able to get away with it. Probably better if I put the stop a little bit under it to be a little bit more aligned. So some people will use like a percentage of ATR as a stop loss. They may use, two ATRs, or if they want to be really tight, they may use half an ATR. Some people, when they trade kind of intraday, they may use, a third of an ATR. They're just going to say, that's what I'm going to try to get. And then also you could say, hey, if there's nothing really going on with the stock, there's no news or volume spike or anything like that. Right, there's really nothing going on. Then you could look at it and say, okay, well, it has a $6 ATR. Maybe when it moves $6, if you're a revision person, which I am not, maybe when it moves $6, you go, you know what, that might be enough for today. That's a way um, to kind of look at it. So we have ATRs auto calculated, so they display lines on a chart. Yes, well, that's actually what a Keltner channel is. Um, So if you go to the indicator and you go to Keltner channel, what a Keltner channel is some moving average, defaults to 10. You can use whatever you want, but plus or minus uh, 2 ATRs, right? So based on the 10-day average here, 2 ATRs of uh, Carvana is kind of right down here, right? So that's what a Keltner channel is. So just like a Bollinger Band is a moving average. So if we add a Bollinger Band, and let's just make this 10, is 2 standard deviations, which is just a little bit of a different kind of formula, but they're both a moving average plus or minus some metric, right? Bollinger Band's done with standard deviation, and ATR Kellner channels is done with ATR. It's same kind of idea behind those. So thanks for the very detailed explanation of short float. Oh, no problem at all. I hope that helped. I just try to warn people of the biggest trap that I see, which is the people just thinking high short float means it has to go up, right? And it doesn't. Just may mean that a lot of people are betting, and a lot of those people could be right. So you need both that a lot of people to have the bet, and you need some sort of catalyst for them to be wrong. It's the same thing. If everybody is betting, you can have quote unquote long squeezes. Like I think, Nvidia at some point, or I guess we can go back to the meme stocks. AMC, right? There was a point where, right, everybody owned AMC and GME and these meme stocks. Everybody was playing them, which made them a perfect target for hedge funds that are okay with taking the other side of these plays. So you can look at these and you can say, okay, if I see, and the problem is you can't really quantify it. But if you're like, I see everywhere I look, I see AMC. Everywhere I look, I see GameStop. Everywhere I look, I see. Right now, I'd say it might be Nvidia. I can't turn on the news or read an article or anything without hearing about Nvidia and their GPUs and blah blah blah. It could mean that there is too many people long right now, but just like the short side of things, there has to be they have to be wrong to get out, right? If everyone's long and everyone's right, they're not going to get out. They're just going to be happy being long and making money. So again, combine those things and have a much better idea, I think, as well. Talk about my swing trading strategy. It's fairly simple. I talked about it a lot there with the short float stuff, but if I were to summarize my strategy simply, it's find something in a trend, find a way to participate in that trend, and then find a way to ride that trend as long as it can. Again, the couple things that we know about the markets, there's not a lot that you can kind of point to and say this is empirically true, right? This statement is true and factual, and I have data and academic studies and all this to kind of back it up. There's not a lot of that in the market because it is such a fluent and ever evolving thing. But one of those things that we know is that markets trend. Markets do not mean revert. They trend over time, right? It's just a perfect example of this EXPI, right? If we look at the weekly chart down there, we have an uptrend, and then we have downtrend, and then it moved sideways for a while, and now it looks like maybe an uptrend, right? These trends, if the market was random, these trends are persisting much longer than they would if the market's random. The other thing we know for sure is that volatility mean reverts, right? So let's express volatility here with Bollinger Band width. So I talked about how the Bollinger Bands are measuring standard deviation. right? So how much does the stock move around a fixed point, right? How much does the stock move around, um, generally speaking, a 20 period moving average? So generally speaking, if this line is very low, that means volatility in this instrument is very low. And we generally go from periods of low volatility to periods of high volatility, back to periods of low volatility, back to periods of high volatility, and so on and so forth. Um, right, you can do the same look at it. It might actually express the point a little bit better and do it with ATR. And this would be the size of the individual candles here on this weekly chart, right? So periods of low volatility to periods of high volatility, right? To periods of low volatility again, right? And now it looks like we're starting to push up and maybe entering a period of high volatility. So those two things we know and we can point at, and we can know those for sure and for certain. So my trading philosophy is around those kind of known truths. Um, so I will look for trends. I will look for you know periods of low volatility within those trends. So a pullback, like we were looking at with SYM, or some sort of resting period, and then I will try to take a trade in the direction of the overall trend. That's about it, right? So we have SYM, we have right period of high volatility, and then kind of lower volatility and consolidation, and then we have a period of high volatility, but right, all in this kind of overall massive bullish trend on SYM. So what I'll do is I'll look at right these periods of lower volatility, and I'll say, okay, SYM is moving up, it's consolidating, I want to buy it as it breaks out and it continues. With for things like short float, I will just use that as a proxy for, I know that if this thing breaks out and gets going, then there's a whole bunch of people who have to cover their shares and move on. So that's kind of my synopsis, right? Regardless of what I'm trading, if I'm trading the indices, or if I'm trading stocks or crypto or forex or whatever. And then also it's going to be for whatever your time frame is. I am a swing trader. I'm a pretty horrible day trader, enough that it's not worth my time to do it, right? If I really focus, maybe I could be okay, but I'm just not, it's not where my skill set lies. So my time frame is kind of the daily chart to maybe if I wanted to zoom in, I would zoom into like a 30-minute chart, right? So SYM, I'm watching this 30-minute chart intraday just to see if, right? So I look at it and I say there's some consolidation here. So I'd probably need to see it over 55 for it to keep going. But that's my time frame. So what a trend is and what a consolidation is and all that stuff has to be variable based off of whatever your time frame is. If you're a swing trading, like a long term, I guess I call them position traders or even investors, right? I would probably look at weekly and monthly charts. So again, the game is finding out what works for you and making sure that uh, that you have that time frame kind of on watch. You know what I mean? If you were looking at mean reversion strategies for short-term swings or scalps, what would you be looking at with this program? So this program finds kind of whatever you want. The thing is, you need to know what it is that you want, right? We can't. I can't tell you what a good mean reversion swing is. I don't technically do it. There's some typical things like looking for low RSI values, or a large distance from a moving average, or something like that, outside of a Bollinger Band. These are all ways to express overbought, oversold. But right, what you need to do is you need to go, okay, what is my mean reversion plan? And then you can kind of build that out, right? It's the example I always give with trade ideas, where Trade Ideas is like Google Maps, right? We can't tell you where you want to go. You need to know where you want to go, but we can tell you how to get there, and that's kind of what we focus on is that. So if you have a mean reversion system, then it would kind of go from there, right? Yeah, stock going up into an overextended territory. So, right, that's a pretty loaded sentence, right? So it's the devil is always in the details. What do you consider overextended territory? If there was a ubiquitous way to measure that, it would get arbitraged out of the market, right? So, you could look again if you want to use Bollinger Bands or RSI or distance from moving average or percentage gain or percentage loss or all of these. There's 100 different ways. I don't consider overextended. Um, I don't consider overbought and oversold being a thing at all. I think it's a myth. Um, let me see if I can find it. I'll find my Substack. I wrote a whole Substack where I kind of proved with some math about how it's a myth. Um, where is oops. So here's a good. Can I just copy and paste this in here? We can go through my Substack. What? No, it's not. I didn't know. I don't know anyone who finds great success with mean reverting trading. And if they do, they usually use some setup with it. Why is this? Anyway, what about this one? I don't know what's going on here. I don't have a paid Substack. Or do you just have to be signed in to Substack to read it? Is that what it's saying? No? Okay. Go away. Yeah. So here was coming again. Now that I have that link, if you want to read it, you can go right ahead. But right. So here was Silvergate, which is now bankrupt. This is the point right here where Silvergate said that it was oversold or quote unquote overdone in one way or the other. It continued to tank from, I think that was like $50 a share. It went to zero after that. So certainly not overextended. Here was when Tesla showed that it was overbought. And I think this was I want to say it was $250 a share when it reached overbought technically. And it went to $400. So certainly not overextended there. I did some. Oh, so this was the RSI one. So I did some math behind all of these things. And I said, well, what happens if you use these indicators incorrectly, like most people do? Kind of what happens to a lot of these things. And why are these paid? I gotta delete those. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my Substack, but I'll figure that out later. But yeah, so the you cited the chartist. Yeah, he has a mean reverting strategy. That's a trend continuation. I'm not saying you can't make money with mean reverting. I just think overextended doesn't exist. Right. So if you build a strategy and you're able to back test that strategy, well, then that's going to win over my opinion, of course. But stocks can be right. Like again, AMC is always a perfect example of this because I can't use Bed Bath and Beyond anymore. How would you know when this thing is overextended? I also think the Chartist mean reverting strategy is right like 32% of the time. So it's profitable because when he's right, he's really right. But just know there's no accurate way to define this. Right? Was AMC overbought when it doubled in a couple days? Well, obviously not. Was it overbought when it doubled again? Well, not really, because it kind of hung out here for a while. And same with the other way around. Is it oversold now? Well, no. But was it oversold when it crashed back through 20? Probably not. Was it oversold when it crashed through 10? Probably not. Is it oversold now? Probably not. So again, if you can develop a system that works, that's great. And then we can help you build that into the system. I don't know what the chart is used for overbought, oversold, and I don't use those as well. But that's kind of the crux of what we do is first you come up with a strategy, right? And you look at charts to see if it makes sense. You see if it's performing the way you think it is, all of those things. That's step one. Step two is to build a scan, right? Step one is never to build a scan because I could build you a scan that has a bunch of indicators showing overbought. Mean reverting and overextended are derived from the same thing. No, overextended is basically saying I think this thing is done going up or I think this is done going down. A mean reverting strategy means it's something that somebody has done work on and back tested, and they understand that there's no such thing as an absolute this thing is up or down too much. They're simply just building a strategy that performs a little bit better more often than not, right? So right, again, if you can build a strategy and that works for you, mean reverting, that's great. Just tell us what indicators you used and we'll pop them into the system. Right, I'm just, for my personal opinion, I don't believe that I could do anything in the long run. I haven't found anything that works myself. So right, so again, the point is even for trend following, right? You could define a trend in 1,000 different ways. You could define a gap. What is a significant gap in 1,000 different ways? You could define a volume spike in 1,000. You can define all of these things in 1,000 different ways. The important thing is that you do it yourself in a system that makes sense. Because again, there's people who are here a long period of time are sick of me saying it, but I have talked to and I have mentored and I have dealt with a lot of traders, and the people who build their own trading plan and have the discipline to stick with it do well. The people who don't are out of the game at some point, right? You have to be able to sit there and build it, right? How else would you find something that could potentially mean revert? You would use an RSI or a distance from a moving average or a Bollinger Band or a Keltner channel, or again, you have to define all of these things yourself. There is no universal this is overextended, right? There are systems that people can use and people can put in place, and those systems can potentially help them eke out a very small edge on mean reversion. But right, that's why you have to build these and test these for yourself, because what you consider overextended for your time frame and what it is you're looking for could be way different from someone else who has a mean reverting strategy, right? And the other thing to keep in mind is if you're mean reverting, you got to be quick, because again, we know that markets trend over time. So you got to be able to get in, take your money and move on with your life, right? So it is yeah, just make sure you have that system in place in order first, and then test it, and then kind of see what works for you from there. But again, if you while you're doing your researching, just look up oscillators and Bollinger Bands, and try to figure out what makes sense to you. Again, I've never found anything that's worked in my testing, so I'm not the mean reversion expert by any means.
Yes, Michael. Well, one of the hardest things to do for any trader, we get it all the time in the room. Like, how do you find a bottom? How do you find a top? Well,
Good
I wish
luck.
I wish I knew. I mean, to me, a lot of it's just guesswork, a little bit of feel and all that. It's something I just don't do. Every now and then I'll do it, but it's one of the hardest things to do. In retrospect, when you see something that's bounced or that is fallen from the top, you think, oh wow, that look where it did it. Okay, well, and you should have got it right there. Absolutely. But while you're trying to figure out that price, it is really, really hard. And I,
Yes.
you know, I,
Yeah.
I, my hats off to people who can do it. I've never, I mean, it's just like what you said about day trading, Michael. I mean, you could be a great day trader if you really, if that was sort of in your DNA, if you really wanted to. Um, and it's the same thing with me and these bouncers and toppers. I suppose if I really devoted a lot of time, it's possible I could come up with a bit of a way, but why? Because I already have, for me, a successful trading plan. So why am I going to, divert from that of something that I've been using, basically for years to try to find one of the more difficult things to do, finding a top and finding a bottom.
Yes, and uh that's a huge deal, right? Where you have to um it's very, very hard to um you stick I don't know with your lane or what focus you have, I think is very, very important, right? A lot of people, what they want to do is they want to do a little bit of everything, right? They want to do day trading and swing trading and breakout trading and all this kind of stuff. Um, it doesn't generally work that way. The best traders that I know have uh, a single area of focus, and then they kind of look entirely at that. Right? There's like
Mhm.
this is what I'm focused on. This is what I'm doing. This is where I'm gonna I'm gonna get good at. And then yeah, so the problem with doing multiple things, I think, is it splits your attention a little bit too much. So
No, no question, no question. I mean, it's corny, but I'd rather be a master. I'd rather, I don't want to be the jack of all trades and the master of none. Okay. I don't want that. I'd rather try to master one thing and just stick with it, and that's it. And
well, and that's
yes,
the
I'll miss the ones that maybe bounce unbelievably and drop unbelievably. Um, but that, over the all the years I've been doing this, it doesn't bother me anymore. And anybody who makes money doing that, great. There's not one trading style. That's the whole thing. There's just not one trading style.
yeah, and yeah, you see some of the greats out there, like the Mark Manvini and William O'Neill and these kind of guys, and yeah, they have a thing. They focus, incredibly hard on those things, and then they do nothing else, right?
Mhm.
They focus, entirely on that one edge that they have, and their whole goal is, how do I push that edge, right? And it's like the other, there's the Bruce Lee quote of, right, I fear no man that practice 1,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who's practiced a single kick 1,000 times.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
um and then the point of that too is, I always look at, remember when was it Michael Jordan started basketball, or he went from basketball to like baseball and all these things, and
Yeah,
turned out he was trash at all of them, and like, of course you are, you can only focus on a single thing. So I always, that's one of the things that I always push is, make sure that you focus on, like, this is the thing that I do, and this
mhm,
is the thing that I do well. And it'll take you a while to find that initially, but once you do, like, just don't let that go. Just focus on that. So for me, that's what you're right. I could day trade a bit, and maybe someday in the future I'll feel the need to, and I'll do that. But um, for now, it's like, this is what I do, and it's working for me. So I'm gonna lean, right
sure.
into that, right, as hard as I can.
Okay, my friend, thank you for stepping in for Chris, and I guess we'll see you again tomorrow, right?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot, Michael.
No worries. Have a good one.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now, and just give me one moment as I get my music going. There we go. About a pullback. So what I would look at, I was, take a look at like here's Hilly, and I'm actually really interested in this Hilly, HLLY. It's pulling back to the VWAP, right? 684. Now watch to see what it does at the VWAP. Okay. So I mean, I've got a couple of top lists to show you stocks that are right near the VWAP. They're just above or below. And so, that's what a lot of people will do. They'll take a look at the VWAP, pulling back to it, and then seeing what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to bounce or if it's going to break down, so what you can do is maybe put a price alert on top and a price alert below, sort of bracket the VWAP with a couple of price alerts and see what direction it goes. Okay, and then you can go from there. There are people, yeah. I mean, Steve Gomez, he's got a scan that's called the Jam Down to the 10 SMA. I think I've got that here. I can give that to you. So, he's got the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And, when it hits, then he's really interested to see what's going to happen. Obviously, there's no hard and fast rule whether it's going to bounce or make its way through. But sure, there are people that certainly, that's a lot different from necessarily the reversion to the mean or trying to find trends that are finally broken one way or the other. Meanwhile, that was a relatively expensive break because I did see that Sage really did finally break down a lot more. What did it get down to? It got down to 1650 or so. No, I put Yell into the room. I mean, here's the nonsensical thing. Announce it basically filing for bankruptcy. And sure, why not bounce from $1.50 to 3.50? Why not? Tack on $2, double. Why is that happening? Because there are groups somewhere, let's call it Reddit, that just say, guys, let's pile into this one. And it just sort of feeds a bit of a buying frenzy for a while. You're looking, but there's obviously no fundamental reason. Ah, boy, this Hilly. I mean, why would I be interested in Hilly? Well, just take a look. Look left on that weekly chart, and the next high is $8. So, if it can somehow get back over seven, hold there, bounce off that VWAP, get over seven. I actually have a price alert set around 709. That might get me really interested in taking this trade. But I'm not going to anticipate it's going to do that. So no, I'm not going to take it now. Wow. You know what looks like Hilly? Look at this OSUR. I mean, it basically did this morning to take that out. And now look at OSUR, still has some room to 730, but a dollar away. So this had earnings. So this was an earnings play right here. Great day on earnings on Friday through the 200-day moving average. And this is basically a continuation, second day continuation of earnings. That is OSUR. So here's another, a look at the VWAP for a very specific stock, and that's Carvana, CVNA. So, Carvana most of the day has slid, but then it, chopped around, popped around, but now 4407, sorry, 4407 is the VWAP. Will it hold it? We don't know. So you can maybe put a price alert above the VWAP, maybe 20 cents above, 20 and put 20 cents below and see if that gives it the direction. If you put the VWAP, sorry, if you put a price alert, what's the VWAP? 4407. So if it gets even closer, so if you took this trade right now, if you said, you know what, I want to test this VWAP idea. So, you could take the trade right now and put your stop. I would put it just under the VWAP, maybe even 44, 4402, something like that. See how it works. That's why we have a simulator. Let's do it. Okay, let's just do it. Take a couple hundred shares, gonna buy, send. I'm gonna put a stop, and I'll make it stopped out right away, but just to show you how you can test something because you don't know if it's going to work. So I'm going to put us at, let's say, 4402, just above the whole number and just under the VWAP. You'll see right on the chart. And I didn't try to size or anything. I just wanted to show you conceptually what you can do. And if it doesn't work, you get stopped out, you move on. And if you do it enough, if you do this enough and you find, well, you know what, this VWAP thing, it seems like it should be a good idea, but I can't seem to make any money doing it. Okay, then it's not for you. Maybe there's got to be something else to look at in addition to the VWAP. Well, so Big C, my bias was to short this underneath 11, but that just bounced, and now it is through the VWAP 1140. Well, it's not quite. So what will happen? Here's another one. So you look at this VWAP right there, 1140 for Big C. Let's see how close it gets. And the same thing. If it broke above, I would give it maybe 15 cents above, maybe 15 cents below, bracket it, and see what happens. All right, guys. I did see that NKTR did briefly break a dollar. I mean, if you're into this sort of stuff, I mean, look at this. Look at the volume, 135 million shares. So a couple of press releases from them today. They're going to be suing Eli Lilly, but then are also some kind of an update on their drug. Okay, this has something to do with Lilly too. Okay, so it's all about suing Lilly. Hmm. Look at the volume. I mean, look at this daily volume bar right there, 135 million. It just dwarfs and does trade options. It's always surprised when I see a sub $1 stock that trades options. 548 times normal in terms of the option activity. Only 10,000 contracts, but that represents 548 times normal. And of course, the relative volume is, I'm surprised it's only 99 times normal. Okay, Jen, guys, Jen, maybe this is the one. This showed up at 2102, 1249 the time, 2102 the price. But yeah, looking at that line right there, that is the next high looking left, which is it's just too close for me. 2127 is the next high looking left. So how do I get it? Well, it's a good question. It's nothing I'm doing on purpose, okay? But when I click on an alert, and I've only been able to find it usually in a multi-strategy window for some reason. But when I click on GEN, it shows up. It's nothing I'm doing on purpose. The Hilly, it shows up on the weekly chart. Seems like everything from a on a multi-strategy window. Yeah, there's the weekly chart for NKTR. But if I click on, say, the 10-day daily breakout, it doesn't want to show up. So I don't know. I'm not doing anything differently, but it only appears that it shows up in a multi-strategy window. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. But it's not an option. It's not like I've set an option for it to show up. Now, let me back that up just a little bit. Let's take a look at Sage. No, thought it might have been a time issue. So there's Sage at 9:45. There's the red line. Well, there's a definition of it, but I don't think he came up with a reason why it shows up in a multi-strategy window and why not in, say, an alert window. The way I saw it was that when you click on an alert, it should have it. And it basically showing you the next high looking left. I mean, we know what it's giving you. It's the next high looking left, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. But look at this stage right there, 9:45. There was the high, 9:48. This is not a new high right now. Okay, so there's the red line. Okay, I agree with you that. Well, okay. Let me see. Let's see. We'll get the next one coming up here. The last new high up here was at 12:50, so it's 120 right now. So this one did just give, but it's a multi-strategy window. You see, it's a multi-strategy window. So I'm just going to have to wait for another one that shows up in an alert window, a new high in an alert. I was going to do my video, but I'm intrigued. I want to find out. It's waiting for one that shows up. It makes no sense, Christo. And of course, wouldn't you know it, I'm going to have to wait forever for something in one of my scans to make a new high. I only have two, the alert up and the 10-day daily breakout up. Really? Send to Twitter? Okay, here we go. This just showed up. GRCL just showed up. Come on. Okay, so there you go. I mean, well, I mean, you're probably right. You have to go through the gyrations of sending to Twitter and all that, but yeah, I don't know why doesn't it show up? I just hit a new high, GRCL. And why no red line? Anyway, what? Right click on the alert? Just a minute, please. Okay, so send to Twitter, but and you mean if I actually tweet it? But Pepe, I mean that there has to be a reason why it's not showing up. I sort of remember because I didn't have multi-strategy windows, and I sort of remember, yes, every time I would get a new high in an alert window, I would click on it and get that red line drawn. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. Hard pressed to figure out what Up in again, not a, for me anyway, not a great trend day. But do you agree, Pepe, that we shouldn't have to go through that step? That we should just be able to click on the alert when it makes a new high and have a red line, as opposed to in a multi-strategy window. Well, I did it on Sage right here, and the red line is drawn right up here. Well, oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying, Pepe. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now, and hey, oh, I see, Grumpy. Oh, I see. Hey, guys, for those of you, again, I'm talking about Carvana. Just keep an eye on this Carvana. So there's our Carvana, guys. It's just playing right around the VWAP. 4407, 4406 is the VWAP, so it's just playing right around the VWAP. Came into it. Now, will it come into it and then drop? As an example. Oh man, 128. I've got to figure one out. I mean, I don't mind doing it on Sage. I know I was in it a couple of times, but it's just it's so choppy. Remember 880I at the beginning of the day? Look at it now. Okay, guys, we will do something. $129. So you say about 139? No, not VT. No, not VTGN. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, MF is pushing 3 again, somebody said. Okay. I'm still kind of watching the Hilly guys. Hilly, forget it. Yeah, just forget it. So now there you go. A breakdown through the VWAP. And now, man, so a breakdown through the VWAP, and that looks, and looking left, 669, 666. So Mello, do you have trade ideas? Question in our YouTube room. How is my multi-strategy options window configured? Do you have trade ideas? So, I mean, you can look at it yourself. I mean, basically, it's just looking for stocks trading abnormally in terms of option activity. So I can give it to you, and then you can look at it yourself. Okay, so all you have to do is scan or click on my link that I gave to you, scroll down until you see the scan section, and then here it is, option plays. And the general filters are these: stocks between 1 and 40, relative volume is 3, minimum volume itself is 500,000 shares, minimum number of contracts 500. Okay, and then I'm not using the 300 anymore. I mean, you can if you take my scan. So I only have now for me checked 150% and 100 on the upside, 150% on the low side. In other words, a ratio 1.5 on either side, meaning so 1.5 meaning it's trading compared to compared to the average it's done over the last 10 days, it'll have to be at least 1.5 times that. Okay. So for instance, if I look here for GEN, so it doesn't trade very many options, 1,600 total contracts, but that's 2.8 times normal, as an example. All right, guys. So take a look at Gen. I mean, I might be wrong. It might just, move it a little bit higher there. I mean, there's the high though, 21.25 is the next high in the daily chart. If I expanded this daily chart out, you would see it. There it is right there. So that high was on February 16th. I guess KOS is an earnings play today. KOS, I've seen it. Okay, little bit of a break here, guys, out of some bit of consolidation. KOS, the next high looking left is 735. I don't know, 17 cents away. Just not too enthused about this market today, guys. I mean, the SPY you can see has just been really. I mean, the trend is up, yes, but a lot of chop. We got bottoming tails, topping tails, and that is sort of indicative to most of the things that I have seen. Is it really? Is TUP really breaking out? Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, if you got into this one and it was up at 513 and then it drops down to 469, I mean, I don't know, you'd either be out of everything or you had such a wide stop that you don't have very many shares. It's just, to me, it's just difficult to hold on to these. But hey, listen, this is moving and 566 is the next high looking left. I think the VWAP is just a little bit above for Sage. No? Oh, it's way above. Okay, 1823. Yeah, you got room for Sage trade swings. You definitely have room when it comes to the VWAP. Well, okay, let's take a look at the VTGN just because later on the day, oops, VTGN. So I am sticking an alert, believe it or not, at 1935 and see if it takes that out later on in the day. A little over 19, that could get it rocking again. The next high would be 24, and of course, way up here. Now, Mello, you say, you missed, this would have been really, really hard, okay? To try to time getting into the VTGN and getting out of it. What's on the move? Well, William, I'm not seeing too much today for me anyway, the stuff that I follow. How long have I been working at Trade Ideas? Since I want to say 2013. So almost 10 years. Subscriber since 2010. I mean, there's Manu. I mean, it is, yeah, it's another new high. I mean, it's been moving. I guess the trend has been pretty good for a while. Coming into another high right there, 2384. So, I mean, it's 40 cents away. Again, suggesting that the Qatari Sheikh is nearing the buyout deal, but a multi-month pursuit, right? We've seen this before. And I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but remember, we saw this before. We saw this back in February of this year, earlier this year, when it got up to 27. It looked like it was almost a done deal, but then it wasn't. So this is typically what I do on a day like today, which is really nothing. I don't try to force a trade. I don't have to trade. I'm just not going to force a trade just because I'm bored. Well, I wish you well on the Sage. It just looks kind of boring right now. Somebody asked me about Immunogen, IMGN. Yeah, I mean, I think, this is when I was on my break. This happened when I was on my break. So we had an alert to short IMGN at 12:19 Eastern time. The price was 15:06. So yeah, that was a nice one. I mean, almost dropped a dollar. And underneath, if you look at the weekly chart, looks like it's got some room to about 1340. But right now, I mean, I'm at okay. The last alerts. Okay, there were some alerts. Okay, for Jen, penny by penny by penny. I'm just looking at the times of these alerts. For instance, on the breakout, the last alert I had was at 10:46. It's on the breakout. And the market's positive. So we're all right. Frog, guys, frog, FROG, just showing up on the option scanner a little bit late in the day. It is still down for the day. And the next high is what, 30.33. So it's got about a dollar to the next high. Well, let's see how well it holds over 29. Problem is, of course, it looks pretty extended. Mm. All right. So the best thing that could happen with the frog, because it does have room to about 30, all right, is that maybe it just sits here for a bit, maybe even slightly pulls back and then moves. Otherwise, we're just kind of chasing it on a 15-minute chart straight up. I mean, obviously, I like it because it's over the whole number, so we don't have to contend with the whole number. Ah, William, the class clown. Okay, that did elicit a minor chuckle. Thank you, Grumpy. All right, guys. So PTN, what could it do? Well, not much. Probably get stalled around the 268 mark. Fleur. So I know some of you guys were talking about Fleur, FLR, had earnings, I believe, last week. Yeah, had earnings last week. Big reaction, big, but it did sell off a bit, got up to 37.22 and sold down to 35.97, and now continuing down. Wow, underneath the whole number. That's a big for me right now, guys. Underneath the whole number, lots of room, of course, down to the 200-day moving average. Underneath the VWAP, 34.18 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP now, and that is FLR. You mean the Messi of AI? Palantir, PLTR? I didn't realize there was a hit piece done on them on Friday or sometime this last week. Citigroup maintains sell on Palantir, raises price target to 10. Okay. So they must have had a cheaper price target, but they're still maintaining a sell. But last week, I think it was last week, might have been this day here. I think Wedbush called them the Messi of AI. I don't think VTGN is going to have that late day, or it just broke down through the VWAP. VTGN. Okay, guys. Well, there's a couple of new highs here for GEN, and Manu, MANU. A couple of new highs. Next high looking left on the daily chart for Manu will be 23.84. So yeah, it's still about 40 cents away. Well, the market's surging a bit, guys. I mean, the Dow is still up a lot, and Nas is now, at least it's positive. There's still a bit of quite a bit of disconnect. Dow is up quite a bit. Nas is up a bit. All right. Well, Frog's making a little bit of a move here. FROG. Well, guys, listen. I mean, the only problem is it's got a huge float, 184 million NKTR. It's a massive move with that float, 91% based on that news. We're going to sue Lilly for something. Let's see. Frog has been raised to $40 a share from 30 by Davidson. That's so that's an upgrade. Price target $32 by Canaccord. $30, which is almost there. Actually, so there are quite a few analysts with higher price targets for Frog. Apple. Okay, Brian, let's take a look at Apple. Well, not much to really say, I suppose. I mean, maybe there's some support around here. Look what it did around 177. Of course, earnings reaction was on Friday. The release, yes, Thursday afternoon or after the market closed Thursday. So there's the reaction down and it continuing down. You would think now this is almost exactly to the penny where it got to. The low today is 177.35 and the low there 177.46, 177.32. So you can see it got into that low, those two lows right there, and then popped a bit. Other than that, other than that, not much to talk about. It's just really doing nothing. I said frog, Michael. Yes. Well, guys, I'm sure it's going to be more exciting for the balance of the week. We've got, I think I thought there were 600 companies releasing earnings for this week. Last week there were about almost 1,000, I think. So 600 this week, which is still a lot, and most of it will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Not so much in the pre-market today. So we should have still a lot of activity for the balance of the week. Just have to get through today. Aha, I see. So this one, oh, it's not an IPO. Okay, so they released last week, IPO'd last week, I guess on Friday. Oh, I remember this one now. ESGL. Yeah, it's made up holiday in Canada today. Yeah. I call it made up because I don't know how long ago, I don't know how many years ago, but the provincial governments said, you know what, there should be a holiday, there should be a long weekend every single month. Well, instead of having to go from July 1st to September 1st approximately without a long weekend, they said let's make one up for August, which I think is wonderful. I can't take advantage of it, but that's okay. Is Hims a growth stock? Probably not. I mean, it's been, I think it has earnings coming up. Yeah, it has earnings after hours. I mean, look at it. It's terrible. Lifetime range is, way down. I mean, look, I don't, if you're asking me what I think is going to happen with earnings, I have no idea, but this is not a stock I'd be looking at as a growth stock. Yeah, the family day in February. Yeah, but I can't remember having one for decades in August, but maybe I'm wrong. Definitely the family day in February, no question. That was another one. Is UPST a good short? Well, again, I'm not an investment advisor, but let's just take a look at what the chart is telling us, trying to tell us anyway, UPST. So, yeah, well, I mean, obviously early on, it's an earnings play after hours today. So I think what's happening right now is that the bets are being placed that not going to be great. But anyway, if you look left, 5173 is the next low looking left. So, I mean, I'm not saying it can't get there, but obviously the trend is down and has earnings after hours. And as I like to phrase it, the bets are being placed right now. That is not going to be great. Yeah, but to me, because that, it could, well, okay, this is exactly the low, 55.75. To me, that's too close for a $52 stock on a percentage basis. If the next low was down here, 45, sure. Sure. Yeah, I don't a W pattern. No, I'm not a big pattern person, I don't look at cup and handles and triple and double bottoms and all. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not. I don't even know what I'd be looking at here. All I'm looking at is that Amazon had great earnings reaction on Friday, and it's still hanging around that area. That's all I see. 143 or so. 143.69 was the high on Friday. 146. If it took that out, 146 area would be the next high. But to me, it's really not doing much other than holding the gap that it had on Friday due to earnings. Real. It's a low bar then. Roku, let's take a look at Roku. I know Roku last week had a one day, it had a tremendous run. I think it was last week. Yeah, right here. So that was on the 28th. Was that last week? I guess it was the week before. Tremendous run. This was an earnings result. So this was the result of earnings at 3 days. Now, I mean, it's hard to, I mean, I just can't, I have no, I have no special insight on where it's going to go now. I mean, look how choppy it is on a 15-minute chart. When I say choppy, just look at a 15-minute chart like this, which is supposed to, in theory, the higher the time frame, smooth things out a little bit. But look at all these bottoming tails and topping tails. I mean, the trend in theory is up, but lots of bottoming tails and topping tails. But if you're asking my thoughts, do I think, I mean, right now, overall, yeah, intraday, the trend is up. If you discount all these topping tails and bottoming tails, on the daily chart, though, it's down. So if it were going to bounce, I would have to see it take out 89.29, which was the high of Friday. But it's not trading abnormally, only 0.58, so not even trading normal. It's only half. So to me, I just unfortunately I just can't look at stocks like this because I need some abnormality. But again, somebody else in the room might have a completely different idea of Roku. Beyond Meat, that'll be an interesting one. Beyond Meat after hours today. It will be an interesting one. I mean, in one on a great multi-week run, 1056 up to almost 20. So almost a double in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a say a month and a half, almost a double of a stock that is just made fun of mercilessly. And so on the third, this would have been, I guess, on Thursday. So Davidson raised their price target to 40 from 30 for Beyond Meat. Are they going to be right? Nobody knows. My guess is no, but yeah, well, it's got a huge short float percent. So if they come up with anything that is decent regarding earnings and maybe a decent guidance, yeah, I mean this stock could do something crazy tomorrow. But I don't gamble like that. And nothing shaking from our AI today. Pouring there also. All right, guys. Frog on the move a little bit here. FROG. So is that the eighth most shorted stock percentage wise, Cam? Yeah, I do see SN actually. I do see SN on, yeah, look at this. Okay, so this was an IPO, I guess. This was an IPO back here on the 31st. So last week, and the market's putting in a pop here, guys. So we're at that 450 level again for the SPY, 450 again for the SPY. Market's putting in a nice little pop here. Well, I think frog comes into some kind of potential. Where is frog now? Frog comes into a potential resistance area right up here, but that's 30. I mean, it could keep running. I mean, the next high looking left is 30.25 actually. So I have no idea. Do I think it'll break it? I have no idea. I mean, it's still negative for the day. It still has to go. It still has to get positive. That's another 31 cents. That's got to get up to about what 29.62, and then it'll be positive for the day. But I can't make any sort of prediction. Do I think it'll go? I have no idea. I'd love to see some volume come into Hilly though. HLLY. Some big volume, pop it through 7, and then take a real look at that 8 level. But doesn't look like it's going to happen. What percentage do they assign to CVNA? Yeah, I mean, I know we've got 45% or so, 47%. What percentage do you see from whatever site you're talking about? Oh, so it is the same. Okay. Well, I mean, the next high looking left for SN. I mean, it's got room, obviously. 35.70 is the next high. Spread is not terrible. Well, just got a little worse. 31.10, 31.24. I mean, that's not terrible for a stock that could move $2 or $3. Now it got bad. 30.70, 31. Very, very, very challenging. Maybe put an alert at the high of the day, 31.60. See if it takes it out later because it still has a shot then to $4 of the next high on the daily chart. Oh, that's right. This is Ninja. This is basically the robot. Yeah, that's what I've got. The shark. Oh, so anyway, 106 I have as the new high of the day, or as the high of the day for NKTR. I mean, listen, this really has a chance, guys. I mean, the only problem with it, 184 million in the float. I mean, obviously, if this were like 20 million in the float, this would probably be $20 now. But 109 takes out 109, then the next high is 125 on the weekly chart. Might even trade the float. I mean, 148 million have traded, 184 million in the float. So an hour and 45 minutes left. Yeah, it's possible this will trade the float. Needs to trade another 37 million or so. I mean, you don't often see 184 million float company trade the float. Looks like IMGN had a big bounce. Yeah, look at that bounce. Okay, guys, what time is it? 2:20. So I think I'll just talk about my homepage one last time. Sort of disinterested now. All right, so there's my homepage link. So if you click on my link, you will see this. It'll be at the top here. So if you do want to take on a subscription, this is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only. Now, if you do want to take on an annual subscription, and if you currently have a monthly, I can get you 25% off if that's what you want to do. Okay, is that to ask me? There's the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Talks about your first download and install, or your download and install, and then your first login. Goes over what top lists are, alert windows are. Trading 101. Well, Michael Noss was in our YouTube room today, and he's the one who put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow also. He filled in for Chris Varley today. Daily stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's just take a look at what it's doing. Sort of an interesting one. It's an index, commodity index fund of some sort. Commodity index tracking fund. So the trigger was 24.55 and it did not trigger. Yes, it was above that in the pre-market, but that's, it's not recommended you take it in the pre-market if you're going to do it. So the high today was 24.51, so this is not triggered. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And again, here are my scans. These are the four that I really pay attention to: the breakdown and breakout and breakdowns and the option plays. And some, these are just the don't repeat varieties. That's why I say four. But basically, the breakdowns, the daily breakdowns, the daily breakouts, the 10-day daily breakouts, the 10-day daily breakdowns, and the option plays. That is what I concentrate on all day long. I do have some other scans, of course, but if somebody said you can only have like two types of scans, that would be at my breakouts. and my option scanner. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, I appreciate it. Use my link. Helps the room. This is a free room. Let's keep it that way. When you take out a subscription using my link and all, the room gets credit. Company loves to see that. Says, okay, the room's paying for itself, etc. Okay. So all I have to do is just save my link. And if you save my link, of course, then you can take a look at my scans and that education section anytime. For the YouTube room, it's the same as okay, and except for between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders takes over. Okay. That's Monday to Friday. But for the rest of the time, it's the same as this room. Okay, the room you're in, except they have a slight delay, I believe, and it's just not as active. There's not as many traders. YouTube is just easier to get into. I guess that's why people will go there. But if you want to be in a more active trading room, you're in the right place. Okay, it's just that when I take a break, I put the YouTube link in case you want to head over and listen to one of the other traders between 12 and 1. But they see my screen, they hear me. Same thing. It'd be interesting even after hours, this NKTR, if a group gets a hold of it. I see now what they're doing. Okay. So they're suing Lilly for bungling the clinical data on the Derma drug. I see. Accusing the drug maker of breach of contract and unfair competition. I see. I think they were sort of partnering with them and they're accusing Lilly of bungling the data, which probably I don't know if that's the reason for this drop, but that's a few months ago. So, guys, good time to ask questions if you want. I'll be open till at least 3. I'll always stick around after 3 if there are questions. I'm sorry, guys. I just can't get too excited about this one either. I mean, on Friday, this was DTSS was like open at 60 cents. So I mean, yeah, unbelievable. Now it's a dollar. When does Dish report earnings? Well, let's see when we have it. If it's like 2 months out or so we have it August 9th, Michael. August 9th before the market opens. So that would be what? Wednesday before the market opens. That's what we have. What made me get into trading from our YouTube room? Oh, I don't know, maybe a out of insanity. Why would anybody want to stare at a screen for 7 hours a day? But in all seriousness, I mean, I guess I've had a healthy interest in the stock market. Not not the way I'm doing it now, of course, but so, just sort of, 2010 is really when I got trade ideas. Before then I mean, I did have a bit of an idea, but wasn't until I got trade ideas and where I could actually try to figure out maybe a trading style, number one, whittle the universe down of stocks, creating scans and things like that. And I enjoyed it. I just sort of, it's that simple. You got to enjoy it. Well, anything, I mean, obviously, anything has a short float, a squeeze potential with a high short float. You're talking with Santa. Sure. I mean, got the potential, but right now, like I wouldn't be buying it now. They had earnings on the third, and obviously nothing happened there. I mean, to have a short squeeze, you've got to have some news, right? You've got to have like fear put into all these people that are short. So right now, what's going to make them afraid? They've already had earnings. I mean, they could come out with some press release, I suppose. Now, the thing about this, well, yeah, 496 is the 200-day moving average. Maybe that holds it, but that would be a technical reason for it to bounce. Okay, you for in my opinion, anyway, for a short squeeze, which I think gets tossed around too much. Real will attest to that. You need more of a fundamental reason, not a technical reason. Fundamental meaning some kind of news, whether the news is, I shouldn't say good, but we see a lot of stocks that release some news and they just go crazy. And you look at it and you think, well, that news, okay, it's okay, but it didn't mean the stock should double or triple. And there's real being, well, it's your own fault, real. If somebody says, well, give me the top, give me 10 of them. Yeah, like going nuts, like when I read the news, at least it was a phase three. At least it was a phase three. And of course, you gave me the wrong symbol. You mistyped it. So the social anxiety nasal spray meets phase three primary endpoint. That was the news for Vistagen. Social anxiety nasal spray. I was like, I should Get me a bottle of that. All right, guys. Well, this sorry, not Briggs and Stratton, B&G Foods, BGS, had earnings on the third. Well, again, when I say people are going to look at that, well, wait a minute, they had earnings on the third post market, but the reaction is on the fourth. Okay, you can see the reaction to earnings. There it is on the fourth. Nice big move, and then the sell off at the end. Now this is below Friday's low, and so when you start looking left, it's got what, $1.60 or so until the low looking left. So I mean, if you're desperate to do something, it's through the 200-day moving average, 1393. Net. Yeah, let's take a look at a net. Yeah, nothing shaking up either. Earnings plays all time highs today. I didn't see any anyway, PJ. Yeah, but you never know. Next tomorrow and the balance of this week, we may find a couple of gems like that. All time high earnings plays or all time low earnings plays. All right, guys. Well, BGS just inch penny by penny moving down, but I'm just not going to do anything today for the balance of the day anyway. Look at Cocoa, man. Cocoa is just sitting there. Talk about that's pretty good consolidation. What is the spread now? See, the spread is fine now, 27.23, 27.29. So the spread is fine now. So if it can break out a little bit here and the spread doesn't go crazy, it could, could give a decent end of day trade. 31 is the next high looking left approximately. All right. 20 million more to go. Sorry, 30 million more. You may not do it. 30 million more. I was thinking this might trade the float NKTR. Needs 30 million in the last hour and a half. Bring up TDS once more. Sure. See if I can find it. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, I mean, look, this is ugly. I mean, this is really an ugly looking. I mean, up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, it may start to. I mean, the low today was what 1370 or so. Yeah, right down there. I suppose if it can take out the low of the day, maybe that'll get it. But it's already pretty extended. 1420 down to 1384. Took out the 200 the V. That's the VWAP area. 1416. So it took out the VWAP. If you're looking for a swing trade long, okay, AGL. Let's take a look at what PJ is talking about. AGL. Probably has to take out the 200-day moving average, 2073. Yeah, well, okay. I'll stick an alert just over 21 and see if it takes that out tomorrow. But it definitely has to take out that 200-day moving average. Look what it did today. Got into it and then fell back off it. And FLR above the VWAP. Okay. FLR. 3414. Yes, it is. It is above the VWAP right there. What are you going to do with it? It's not, well, it struck me with somebody from our YouTube room, Dan. So, I mean, right now, I mean, to me, there's no point in wasting money. I mean, this could work. Yeah, I suppose, but going to where? How much you're going to take? To me, it looks like 3460 could block it. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, listen, NKTR just made another little high here, but then it dropped. We're back down to 108, 109. So, I mean, what did it get down to? See, there's the Jeopardy. Down to 102. You do not want to see it take out a dollar. So, looking at crypto, I haven't looked at crypto for actually seems like several weeks ever since they had the big run. Let's take a look at BITO, see if there's anything. Yeah, look at this, just kind of doing nothing. The big massive run, of course. That must have been when crypto got over 40,000 or Bitcoin got over 40,000. But since then, other than this day right there, since then, been in a decline. MNK, okay, let's take a look at MNK. Of course, this is this opioid stock that $2. Well, listen, I mean, if it can break through two, I mean, the next high would be 213 or so, I think, 212. And then after that, but that's asking a lot. Did I notice any good earnings this morning? Um, I don't look at it that way, Michael, in terms of good earnings or bad earnings. I just look at the chart because what we might think is good are good earnings. You think, oh, you could read the headline, you could read everything about it. Next thing, you look at the chart, and the chart will tell you what the market reaction is to earnings. I know TRT at the beginning of the day, TRHC was an earnings play. I get gapped up. This is a buyout. Okay, I'm sorry. That's a buyout also. This is an earnings play. I mean, it's a real cheap one, but at least I have it as an earnings play. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. PRZA. I am wrong. This to me was a typical day, though. What we saw today, lots of enthusiasm in the pre-market. Market opens, splat. TSN is an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, but it's been recovering. So they released earnings, and they're going to be shutting down four more chicken plants. Yeah, 3,000 jobs. Well, guys, we got very spoiled the last 4 days of last week. Super exciting. I don't think I yawned once. But right now, I'm kind of yawning, just wanting this day to get over. What's going on with PLX? Do I have it on my list? I do have it on my list as I think it was an earnings play. It's a cheap one, right? It's a cheap earnings play. Yeah, cheap one. So yeah, I mean August 7th, pre-market. So yeah, big pop in the pre-market on earnings. Market opens, sell off. So not much more to really say. I mean, it's toying with the VWAP 183. It's right at the VWAP, but you know, very hard to trade, in my opinion. Where did you get it, Adrian? What price? Okay, well, at least it wasn't pre-market. Okay, so yeah, well, you have a stop. Where are you going to get out if it's not working? You're 11 cents under right now. So where are you going to get out if it's not working? Now, and when did you buy it? Like, did you buy it? Did you buy it just sort of recently when it had the little pop up? Okay, good. You didn't buy it here and then watch it go all the way down to 161. Okay. Well, I mean, you're the big thing right now for you is holding the 200-day moving average. Okay, that's number one, 178. So it's just a little bit above it. And then somehow holding the VWAP and popping from it. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Need some volume though, I mean the volume is just dried up. Yeah, well, the initial reaction obviously to it was great, got up to 212 in the pre-market, but then it's a big sell-off percentage wise. right back down to 160. Isn't CPB oversold? And I don't know. I know, yeah, they bought that company called SOVO. I mean, Campbell's Soup was already in decline, before has earnings at the end of the month. I'm sure the CEO, you're saying the CEO is going to be on Kramer. Well, he's going to try to defend the buy, of course, but it's got to break out of this 46.91, $47. But right now, I mean, it's an awful looking 15-minute chart. 1.3, sorry, $3 billion. 2.7 billion, sorry, $2.7 billion. Okay, guys. So I'm going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. I'll always stick around if there are some questions, but no questions. I will be wrapping this up very soon. And hopefully tomorrow we'll see a lot more activity, a lot more companies releasing earnings. This was not one of those 4 or 5 days. They Usually about 4 or 5 days in a month that you can try to make most of your money in those days. And the other 16 days or so could be just a grind. The problem is knowing that you're in one of those 5 days. I understand. Oh, Dan, I don't consider putting up with anything. I mean, I know you're kind of kidding, but it's just days like today, the afternoon gets very deadly. That's all. The mornings are usually good because there's always something happening in the first hour to hour and a half. But then, it just sort of dries up, and then the afternoons can be deadly. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, hopefully, be a little more exciting tomorrow, Tony. Okay, should be a little more exciting tomorrow, and for the balance of the week. A lot of trading is just having patience. A lot of patience, waiting for your setup not trading out of boredom. So if the trade's not there, don't take it. You have to have a plan in order to take a trade. And some days, you won't get very many. And that's fine. Okay, everybody, it's just about 3 o'clock. So I think I will shut this down. Get my script together. Okay, so the main room will be open. You can chat amongst yourselves between no later than 8 o'clock. Sometimes William opens the room a little earlier, but quite a bit earlier, but between 8 and 9, I'll call it. And then I'll get live on the mic in both YouTube and the main room at 9 o'clock. I'll be sharing my screen live on the mic. So have a great evening, everybody. And thanks again for all the help. Okay, now, YouTubers, you're next to go.